Your audio is not working, dear. Uh-oh.
That's why.
Oh, that would help.
I turned it off. You could have told me that before I pushed live.
Well, how am I the jerk for ordering from Walmart? But they just gave me extra stuff in my Walmart order. Apparently somebody else's order. Whoops.
Yeah.
So do you know where?
Boomer. He didn't.
Yeah.
What?
Do you know where to start it?
Yeah, I already have it on here. It's ready to go. All right. Should I start her then?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Hey, real quick. Can you
Got
use
audio?
chuck beef stew meat in a lasagna? Does that sound weird?
Yes, that sounds weird.
Okay.
I mean, you're the one that's going to eat it, not me. Go ahead and do
Fair
you.
enough.
But I wouldn't eat it.
Okay. Go with plan B.
Here we go. First witness.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Amy Thomas.
Please spell your last name, please.
Thomas.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Alexandria, Virginia,
And where generally is that?
near Washington, D.C.
How long have you lived there?
Most of my adult life, so all but 8 years since 1989.
Okay. And where'd you grow up?
Here in Delaware County in Westerville, Ohio.
And,
I guess I
where'd
could
you go
get
to
a
high
meat
school?
grinder.
Westerville North High School.
And where'd you go to school after that?
I went to Ohio University.
Can you talk briefly about what your educational background is?
Sure. I graduated Ohio University School of Journalism and Public Relations and worked for 5 years before getting married. And then I went back to school more recently.
And generally speaking, what do you do for a living?
I work in information technology.
I want to talk a little bit about your family first. So who were your parents?
Lester and Ruth Ann Noble,
And where did they live?
Westerville, Ohio, Genoa Township.
And how long did they live in Westerville?
Well, they met in high school. I know my mom moved to Westerville about then. My dad was born in Westerville, so their entire lives.
Did you have any siblings?
I do, an older brother and my sister, Emily.
Who's your older brother?
Andrew Noble,
And how much older is he than you?
I think 6 years.
And then you mentioned your sister Emily.
Yes,
And is she older or younger than you?
she's 1 year younger.
I'm sorry to do this, but I got to ask you, what's your birthday?
May 26th,
And what year?
1967,
And that would make you how old today?
55.
And you mentioned that Emily is a year younger than you are.
Yes,
When was Emily's birthday?
May 24th,
It looks like a werewolf.
1968.
Like, is there a full moon or something?
So
Not
two days shy of being a year apart.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
That's one of my favorite memories or commonalities with my sister. She came home from the hospital on my birthday, and I had stayed with my grandma for 2 days, and she gave me a doll and taught me to touch her gently on the nose and say, "My baby." And so that's exactly what I did when I first saw Emily, as I touched her on the nose and said, "My baby." And my mother said she spent the next 2 years saying to me, "That's my baby." That was a special moment and one we relived every year. Not the my baby part, but celebrating the fact that we were the same age
Dave.
and had that special 2 days together.
So when Emily would have a birthday on May 24th, on the 24th and 25th, and you would be the same numerical age
Yep.
for those 2 days
Yes,
until you would turn a year older on May 26th.
which she was happy to remind me. So on the 24th, I usually called her and said, "Happy birthday, sister. We're the same age today." Then on the 25th, at some point, she'd call me and say, "Hey, sister, we're the same age today." And then on the 26th, she would call me and say, "Hey, happy birthday." I'm younger, as though to say I'm younger again.
Was that time always a special time for
Yes.
the two of you?
Yes, in fact, I can say that no matter what had happened during the year, that day was sacred. I mean, that always happened every single year.
I don't think I've ever seen a defendant so prepared, or not prepared, but so
Your Honor, may I approach what lets me mark the stages of the
involved
Calm.
with his defense.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that it's not, it's just odd. It's not a bad thing.
I'm going to hand you photographs of
did you
March 601.
too,
Take a minute
Shelley?
to go look that over. Do you
Yeah,
recognize
it was
that
just
individual?
I do.
over a year ago that it
That's my
ended.
sister, Emily Noble.
I got to sign as the published stages of one of the jury.
No objection.
For the record, we're now showing stages of one up on the overhead. So again, can you tell the jury then who this is?
This is my sister, Emily Ann Noble.
How would you describe Emily?
She always came up to here on me, so she's small of stature, but I would say that in terms of personality, there are always three main things that would come to mind for me. And the first is she was courageous and strong. The other is that she really loved nature and the outdoors. And any story I would tell about us growing up would
tip
involve
roast.
those two ideas. But since she's been gone, I realized how very social she was. And I didn't realize the extent until she was gone.
And how did you find that out?
Well, the day that I found out she was missing, I reached out. I just jotted down a list of about, 8 names immediately came to mind. And I called each of them, and it spread out from there, people calling me, and it became a large part of my day interacting with
Well, this was
dozens
last
and
year,
dozens of
so
people.
Yeah, we weren't
And then I
together
looked on her
yet.
Facebook page, and she
Yeah.
had just shy of 1,000 friends, and I didn't realize that, but a lot.
yeah, not
I want to talk about
this June.
some of the events and things that occurred in Emily's life.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was just watching Law and Crime then. I
Yeah,
wasn't watching anybody yet.
I'd watch Nick if he was on, but he didn't do too many trials. So
When was Kyle's
started November of 2021.
Okay, so I was watching with streamers then. I don't know that anybody did this one.
No, or not like a one I knew of at the time.
So I want to talk first about
Right.
kind of some of the friends that she had in the 90s. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, maybe
Sure,
Vices
the
did do
90s
it.
would be
No, this was after Rittenhouse.
Post.
first moved to DC. So when I first moved to DC, the friend that immediately comes to mind is Derek Hayes. She had dated
7 months
um,
later.
his brother and became very close with both of them. And he was dying
Oh,
of
thank you, Lefty.
HIV/AIDS. And she brought him to my
Jesus,
home where I lived with
forgot about this.
3 other women. And he shared about his illness with us. And it was life altering for me
Can you
to
pause
hear
this, Farrell?
that. I was a conservative Christian.
Yep.
And we were
I think I watched it on Law and Crime though. I don't think I watched
Yeah,
it
I
with
did.
anybody because I was interested in it because of the Ohio thing.
Yeah, sure. Like she's bringing in people into her life that are terminally ill and are dying,
Right.
and she is befriending them and giving them emotional support, and then they soon pass away. So she's losing everyone in her family, parents, kids, stepson, and then all these friends she makes.
Right. That's a lot of loss, and that eats
Yeah.
away at you. And even if you
And
think
she's
that
a-
it's not going to, it does.
No. She's an amazing person for doing that. You can't, eventually it's going to eat you up.
Right.
In
a
Ram.
household of conservative Christians, and it really was helpful to hear and put a face to that horrible disease, and it changed my thinking entirely. And that's pretty typical of the friends that I met of Emily's. That was the first friend of hers who died that I remember. But I met other friends that she would bring to the house for Thanksgiving or a family cookout and say, hey, this is Rex, or hey, this is Karen. And they were just fun and lively people and characters. I remember came to our house with overalls without a shirt and just had all kinds
Uh-oh.
of funny stories to tell. And
No
that was the
sleeves.
second friend I remember her saying that died one day.
I still
asked
have
how he
mine
was
on.
doing.
Would you
So those are the ones that come to mind in the 90s.
would you say then that she was confronted with death?
Objection, Your Honor, so needed.
Rephrase your question.
Was she around death even at an early age because of her association with those people?
Yes.
How's that helping your case, dude?
Was Emily ever married?
But
Yes.
Unless you're humanizing her,
And
but
can you tell us who she first got married to?
I think he's trying to say she's been around it, so she's just used to it now. Because you ever
Okay,
get used to everyone you love unaliving themselves?
Yeah, she first
So
married
stupid.
Mark Farmelo, a local musician, and that was in 2008, and I'm trying to remember when they met, and I don't remember, but they had many common friends in the music scene, and so they eloped in Vegas. And that summer, when my family and I came to Ohio, we had a big reception, and that's how I met. I believe I don't remember exactly when I first met him, but I definitely remember that event and subsequent ones when we visited Ohio.
Tell us about how Emily was acting or feeling emotionally at that time after her marriage to Mark.
Oh, very happy. They were like two peas in a pod. They dressed alike. They had similar expressions. I remember one day watching them go out the door, and they both had like a shoulder satchel on, and like they have matching bags. Who does that? And it was very cute. They were both kind of reserved, quiet people.
You mentioned they dress similar. Anything you could tell us generally about the way your sister Emily would dress?
Well, a black jacket, a black hat, and black pants.
Was that always sort of her style or
Yeah,
the kind of thing she liked to wear?
Yes. She had some white t-shirts and a pair of red shorts, I remember. I never saw her wear them, but I saw them in her closet.
How did Emily's relationship with Mark end?
He took his own life.
And do you remember when that was?
It was in 2011, I think October.
Did you come back to Ohio after that occurred?
I did.
And did you have conversations with Emily about what had happened?
Yes,
And
yes, at my parents' house.
so,
Lefty.
again, focusing on kind of her emotions, her state of mind, how was she at that time?
Your Honor, objection is relevant.
Hi, Lefty.
She was in 2011.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So, again, focus on the state of mind or emotions. Can you tell us how she was? at that
Yeah,
time?
she was devastated. She was very sad. Listless and despondent are the words that came to mind.
Jamie.
Wondering how do I deal with this? I remember pulling out a list from an online
jackpot.
organization that just showed like these are the steps to follow. I said, well, here's a checklist. Let's start going through it. And it was not
I
fun.
need to
But
send
I
you a link,
remember
Jamie.
also sitting at her home, and Mark worked in model airplanes, really those very intricate ones, and they were hanging and sitting on the coffee table. And she just said, what am I going to do with this? What am I going to do with those? And it was a stack of guitars. So it was sad. That's the main word that comes to mind.
Did you talk to her about any thoughts she might be having about harming herself?
I did. I remember before leaving, telling her goodbye and just asking her, should I check in on you? How are you doing? She said, I'm doing okay. I said, do you have any thoughts of harming yourself or others? And she said, no, I don't.
I want to talk again about your dad, Lester.
Yes.
Is he alive today?
No,
And I'm not laughing at her
And
or
when did
this
he pass
poor
away?
guy. It's
2015.
it's tragic. It's just the case
He
is
fell
so
in May
appalling.
and had surgery and never recovered
Yeah.
from it, and he died in June of 2015.
And where was that he fell?
At their home in the yard in Westerville, Ohio.
What did your mom do with that property then after your dad passed away?
After he died, she put it on the market. Emily and I helped clean it out, but mostly
I
Emily.
believe so.
And she put it on the
Lou.
market and sold it and bought a
But they were
condo
very
in
close, though.
Westerville.
And where is that condo located?
In the crossing, so County Line Road and State.
And so we're going to hear testimony about that location at 46 Abbey Cross. That was the condo that initially belonged to your mother.
Yes.
Is your mom still alive?
No.
And when did your mom pass away?
Mom passed away in 2016 in June.
So less than a year after your dad passed away?
That is correct.
What do you remember about that time?
Emily knew before I did. My phone had broken, and so my kids came to my home and woke me up, and then the police came to the door and said, your mom is dead. And so I kind of piecemeal put it together in the middle of the night that she had died in a car accident coming from Southeast Ohio back to Delaware, and no one knew who she was. And so it took.
No, you're not wrong. Well, can't remember the date that. I can't remember
Yeah.
the dates, but yeah, it was months later that she was found
Okay.
down in the woods. It was. They'll show pictures of it, but it was quite a ways off of the walking path that
Yeah.
she used to take. So, and it was somewhere she went a lot and went and foraged. So somewhere she knew.
Yeah.
They did. They'll get into that. They did, but they didn't.
Yeah.
A little bit of time for them to piece it together, but she was planning to meet friends in Westerville uptown for dinner, including Emily. And when she didn't show up, Emily walked over to the police department and said, help me find my mom.
Did you come back to Ohio after your mom died?
Yes, not right away, about 2 days later.
And did you interact with your sister Emily then at that time?
Yes, we met at Mom's place there at the condo. And I'll just never forget walking in, and she met me out in front. I actually didn't know the address of this by heart because it was, anytime I drove in, Mom would be standing in the front yard and Mom wasn't there, but there was Emily. And got out of the car and we just hugged, cried. We went in the condo and it was so quiet, and right there on the counter was a coupon for a car wash and a coupon for the restaurant. So we knew exactly what her plans were that night. And yeah, that's what I remember about Mom dying initially.
Did you have conversations with Emily at that time about how she was doing physically or emotionally?
Yes, we both had conversations with each other. It was a lot. And Emily was Mom loves all three of her kids, but Emily and Mom had a special relationship. They really did. And before I left, I said, are you thinking about harming yourself or others? She just looked me in the eye and said, no, Amy, I wouldn't do that to you. I know what that feels like. So it was hard and sad time. I actually got the house ready for Emily to move in. It was hard.
So
Lots of thoughts are going through my mind about that.
after your mom passed away, Emily moved into that condo on Abbey Cross?
Yes, Emily was the executrix of her will. And so I cleaned out mom's room and donated things to places mom would want and to make the space for Emily to move in. And she administered the estate from there.
And so
Exactly, Jamie.
as the siblings divided up any inheritance, the condo was a portion of her inheritance.
Yeah, we jointly inherited it and she bought us out.
Going ahead then, after she was living in that condo, was Emily working somewhere?
Yes, Emily was working for the state of Ohio.
And do you know in what capacity?
I don't remember her job title, but she worked for the Department of Medicare. So
At some point, did you become aware that Emily knew somebody named Matt Moore?
oh yes.
And can you tell us when you first met Matt?
Yes, it was I believe it was December of 2015. It was after Dad died, and Mom called. I was planning to come to Ohio to for the Christmas season. I don't remember exactly what day, and I believe my children were with me. But what I remember is Mom saying, "You need to plan on coming in time for dinner because there's someone I want you to meet." And I said, "Really? Who's that?" She said, "His name is Matt, and he's Emily's new boyfriend, and I really like him."
Later on, were you aware of a time when Matt moved to Ohio?
Yes, I believe he lived in Ohio then
Sorry.
for a time, and then he left because I know, yes,
Okay, so you say he lived in Ohio at that time when you met him,
I believe so. I believe he was in Ohio at that time.
and then you said that he left Ohio.
Yes, for a
And you-
short time because Emily dated somebody else for a while.
And do you know where Matt went when he left Ohio?
Yes, back to Las Vegas.
At some point after that time in Las Vegas, did Matt move back to Ohio?
Yes.
And what did you know about Matt and Emily's living arrangements when he first came back?
Initially, Matt was living in Emily's apartment, but it could have been that first time. But so yes and no. Oh, wait, I do know. He was living at his father's place in Worthington, Ohio. I remember that because Emily sent me an email about, hey, what do you think about Matt and Joey coming to live at the condo? And I responded, I don't think that's a good idea right now because it's technically owned by 3 people. And there, if anything tragic were to happen, I don't know how all that would work. So it would be better to wait till the estate had closed. And I believe at that point, my recollection is she said Matt and Joey were going to move into her old apartment.
Are you aware at some point then that Matt did move in with Emily in that condo?
Yes.
And you mentioned somebody named Joey. Who's Joey?
Joey is Matt's son.
How often, after your mom passed away, how often were you around to see the interactions between Matt and Emily?
Not a lot. Her funeral, he was there, and maybe one night we went out after that, and then I went back to Alexandria, or back to Virginia.
Were your visits to Ohio less frequent after both of your parents
Yes.
passed away? Did you ever observe interactions between Joey and Emily?
At least once, twice. So at mom's when I was still in town after mom died, I was there for 3 weeks. So I remember Matt and Joey and Emily and I went to the Doodah parade. So we interacted then. And then I came back for a Ohio visit in 2019. And in the middle or end of June of 2019. And so I visited with Matt and Joey and Emily then too.
Generally speaking, were you aware of Emily's feelings or emotions about Joey?
She really liked him. She knew he had, one statement she made to me is, I really want to get Matt and Joey get Joey on my healthcare plan so that he can get all of the care that he needs. But that was one part of her caretaking, but she also just liked him. But she was also said that he would wake up at odd hours and wake her up before going to work, which annoyed her. He was a teenager. I wasn't surprised.
Did Matt and Emily get married?
Yes.
And do you know when that occurred?
Yes, it was August of 2018. So 2018, but it was either the 8th or the 18th. It was all those 8s in a row, I remember.
And how did you find out that wedding had occurred?
She texted me a photograph, and on my lunch break, I looked at it and I said, oh, did you get new shoes? Because I thought that's why she was showing me this full-length picture of her. And then I looked at it closer and I thought, wait a second, they look like they're at an altar. So I just texted her. I said, did you get married? And she wrote back, yes. And that was the extent of that. I'm sure we talked soon thereafter, but that was the initial recollection.
We've talked a lot about Matt Moore. Is Matt Moore present in the courtroom today?
Yes, that is Matthew. Yeah.
And can you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing? Thank you.
It took her a long time, but I guess he does look different than he did in the pictures. But
he
That's
changes his look a lot.
definitely, and he looked. I mean, even now he looks really different again than either
from the
when
last
it
time.
happened and this.
He looks really different from the last interview I saw of him.
Yeah. So, I feel like they're trying to make it seem like they have a really good relationship, her and her sister. And it doesn't actually sound like they were very close at all. So
Yeah.
sounds like maybe saw each other once a year.
Yeah.
Is Matt's son Joey still alive?
No.
And
Maybe.
when did he pass away?
It was early July. I think I don't remember. I don't know the exact date, but it was the first few days of July in 2019, just a few weeks after I had visited.
And what do you know about the circumstances of his death?
It was self-inflicted.
Did you return to Ohio for a memorial service for Joey?
I did.
And did you interact with your sister Emily at that time?
Yes.
What can you tell us about her emotions, mental state at that time?
She was very distraught and sad. She was very worried about Matt. Just the impact of losing your son so close in time to Matt's mother that passed away, close in time to that too. I think it was January of 2019, but I don't know exactly. But the caretaking part of her it was stressful for her. She actually took many days off work. She used up her annual leave and her sick leave to just be at home and kind of invoke what she called as nature therapy to grow things and be there for Matt.
Were you aware of whether Emily was seeing a therapist after Joey passed away?
Yes, she said that she was seeking a therapist and applying for family leave.
Did you continue to interact with your sister after Joey's death?
Yes.
Talk to her,
Yes.
see her?
In fact, I checked in on a regular basis with her and Matt. I would text. Mostly I would text because Emily preferred that. So it all I don't recall a specific conversation, but I do remember calling and checking on her. And before I left, I flat out asked her, are you thinking about taking your life or harming yourself or others? And she reiterated it again. Amy, I would never do that to you. I know what that feels like, and I would never do that to you.
That
I
doesn't
want to talk
mean
then
anything.
sort of the beginning of 2020. In your check-ins with Emily, how was she doing emotionally, physically?
House speculation. Parker Foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So can you tell us, how was she doing physically and emotionally when you would speak to her in early 2020?
So early 2020, there were a lot of emotions. I remember she was getting stronger and healthier. She was going to have some pins removed. And in about February of that year, I remember her, we did have a phone conversation. I remember her saying that she felt better than she had ever in her life, having all of the titanium pins removed. She had one in her tooth, I think, and then an ankle from a prior accident. And she was lifting weights and working out. And she said, you need to start doing this. So she got me hooked on some weightlifting and, checking in with her to send photos of my progress was, kind of part of what was going on in early 2020. And then COVID and many jokes about how are you cleaning your groceries and some frustrations with what's really true about that.
To your knowledge, had Emily returned to work?
Yes, she returned to work
To your knowledge, did she try
part-time in October
hydroxychloroquine?
of 2019 at the end, I believe. And at some point she returned
partake in
full-time,
some
but I
fish
don't
tank
recall what
cleaner?
day.
Salvador.
Based on
Hey, that was my old name on Twitter.
your interactions with her in early 2020, did you have any concerns about her mental or physical well-being?
No.
I want to turn your attention to May 22nd through the 25th of 20.
Right there. I agree, Jamie. If you're continually asking someone if they're going to harm themselves, there's a reason you're asking that.
Jamie, do we need to have a talk? Are you going to hurt yourself?
She's probably going to hurt you now.
2020. Did you have a conversation? Did you have a conversation with your sister on May 22nd about her plans for the weekend?
Yes. Not a
And-
conversation, but a text
A
message.
text message?
Yes.
And do you remember emotionally what she said about those plans?
Yes, she was very excited. She'd reconnected with a distant cousin who we had met many years before. And she said that she was going to his place for a cookout. And I remember, I don't know if it was in that text, but she had told me they met in a foraging group. And I thought, oh, this is a good combination. Matt and Emily going out foraging and this cousin going out foraging, and they're going to meet up on Memorial Day. They'll have a perfect dirt milkshake and forage salad. It'll be great. In fact, I think I sent her a picture of a salad in response.
That's nice.
And so she told you that she was super excited about that.
Yes.
Did you have a text message exchange with her on the morning of her birthday?
Of course. So I wrote to her as soon as I woke up. I sent a picture of a little pig with a pinwheel out the car. That was something our family always said on the way home. We'd say wee, wee, wee all the way home. So I knew that photo would make her laugh. And I said, something to the effect of, hello, we're the same age today. Happy birthday. I'll call you later. And she wrote back to me, I believe it was woo, woo, 52 and fabulous.
And so was that the morning of her birthday when you sent
Yes,
that
that
text?
was May 24th around 8 a.m.
And how quickly after you had sent her a message did she respond?
Moments, within a few minutes.
Did you attempt to call her later in the day?
Yeah,
Yes,
there is.
twice.
Were you able to speak to her those 2 times when you called?
No.
Did you see any Facebook
Yeah, she doesn't want,
posts
and she
or any
doesn't
kind of
want to
other
believe.
information
sister
about
did
where Emily was?
Yes, when I didn't reach her the second
Pretty
time, I
normal.
believe that call was around 3
Yeah.
p.m. I thought, where is she? What are they doing today? So I went on Facebook and I saw a picture of her at the Field of Heroes. And I just said, oh, well, they're just out and about.
And do you remember where you saw that photo? Like who had posted it?
I believe I think Matt posted it to Emily's Facebook page because I saw it on Emily's Facebook page.
I don't know. Your Honor, I moved to strike the last name for speculation. I think Matt is something. I think the question was, do you know who posted to the page?
To the best of your recollection, do you?
Overruled. Go ahead. Go ahead.
To the best of my recollection, it was Matt that posted the photo to Emily's Facebook page.
When I approached with what's marked Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Hand you a photograph of marked as Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And generally speaking, can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, that's Matt and Emily at the Field of Heroes.
Is that the photograph you recall seeing on Emily's birthday in 20?
Yes, that's one of them. Yes.
There were multiples of the same type of thing?
Yeah, there was another one of her standing.
You have permission to publish Exhibit 2 to the jury?
Go ahead.
For the record, I'm now showing Exhibit 2 on the overhead. Can you describe again now for the jury now that they can see what it is we're looking at here?
Yeah, so that's Mathew Moore and Emily Noble at the Field of Heroes.
Yeah, he looks so
And,
different.
what is
Yeah.
the Field of Heroes?
The Field of Heroes is
No, I'm just watching
a
baseball.
field where all of these flags are set up on Memorial Day to honor those who gave their lives for our country.
And is that in the city of Westerville?
It is.
I passed.
Hey, how you doing?
After did you make other attempts to contact your sister on her birthday?
Yes, I sent a series of photos at around 7 or 7:30 that night because I was frustrated she hadn't called me.
And what were those series of photos? that you sent?
Just from growing up years, from little to mid-teens, different moments of life. My mother had sent me an envelope with photos, or a relative had, and I just pulled them out because I knew they would represent people and moments in our life that would make her laugh. And
When did she send
Did
those?
you get any response to any of those messages that were sent?
no, I didn't.
Oh, no.
Is that you described being unable to reach her via phone and not getting a response to the text was then, just to make sure I understand the timeline, was the last contact that you had with your sister that 52 and fabulous text that you got in the morning of her birthday?
Yes.
Going on to the next day, then May 25th. Can you tell us how you were feeling on May 25th, 2020?
I was surprised I didn't hear from her in the morning, but I knew that she had plans, so I didn't think much about it. And a couple of minutes before 8 p.m., the phone rang, and I knew that was her. She was going to tell me all about their 4-H picnic, and I picked up the phone and said, "We're the same age today. How are you, Emily?" Because it was her name on the display of my phone.
So you received a call from her phone a few minutes before 8 o'clock.
Correct, at night.
You mentioned that you were a little, surprised you hadn't spoken yet. Why was it surprising to you that you hadn't spoken to her yet?
Because we both were early risers, and that was often when she would call, and I was hoping she would.
But
It was COVID. I was quarantined, and I was hoping she would call.
And how do you describe your level of worry, though, based on what you knew about her plans at that time?
Low level of worry, none.
And so you got that call, and it came up on your phone as being a call from Emily's phone.
Yes.
And you mentioned that you answered it and said, "We're the same age." And what did you hear on the other end?
There was a pause, and as I remember it, it was, "Amy, this is Matt. I'm so sorry. Emily's gone."
"I'm so sorry, Emily's gone."
Yes.
Had you spoken to Matt on the phone before?
Yes.
You've been around him, were familiar with his voice?
Yes.
Did you have any question that was Matt who was the one on the other end of the phone?
No.
After he said, "I'm sorry, Emily is gone," how did you react?
I said, "What do you mean she's gone? What did you fight about?" Because that would be the only explanation to me of what he said.
And what was his response when you asked, "What did you fight about?"
He's very frustrated.
There was just a pause, and it was not a real answer. Just that she's not here. She hasn't been here all day.
You can tell he remembers that conversation,
Yeah.
and it's not the version that she seems to remember. He's so mad right now.
The police are here looking for her. One of her friends is on the way. It was just this series of statements.
Did you ask him whether they had gone to the cookout?
Yes, I don't know if it was that call because that call was very brief, but we did speak again later. No, I think it was that call. I said, "Well, I will call some people. Did you go to Jared's for the cookout?" And he said, "No." I said, "Have you called him?" And I don't remember Matt's answer, but I remember that was putting that person on the list of who to call.
What did you do after you received that initial information that Emily was gone?
Well, I had a sense of panic and worry, and I instantly started calling and texting. I think I drafted a little note like, "Emily's missing. Her husband just called and told me. That's all I really know. Is she with you?" And I kind of copied and pasted that to this short list of people that I had. And then my phone started ringing off the hook. And
Generally speaking, who were those people? Who were you trying to reach out to?
I probably couldn't recall the whole list off the top of my head, but I know right away that it would have been a neighbor we grew up with. Do you want me to give names or just?
No, just generally.
So a
the type of
neighbor we
people.
grew up with who Emily was still in contact. A couple that were very close to my mom and dad who befriended us also, especially after mom and dad died. A cousin that she'd reconnected with recently. She called her a sister cousin. They were very close. an old friend who
Oh my,
moved to
Manta.
California for a time, and Emily watched her cat, so I knew that person's name.
Jamie.
Why
A
didn't
couple
you
of
poke
friends
me?
that I went on her Facebook page. I couldn't remember their names, but I
Yeah,
knew their
old line.
nicknames, and there they were. So I added, you know,
Hi,
He's
Jamie.
very easy to read.
I didn't even
Hey.
I didn't even see you down there.
It's fine.
I wish
Okay.
it like alerted you. Some like it's so hard to.
It pops. There is a noise, but sometimes you miss it.
Oh, I didn't hear anything.
Maybe your settings aren't set up correctly.
Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Wouldn't know where to set that. I was reading a
yeah.
message thread anyway, so I just wasn't paying attention.
a couple of those people, and two of the friends that I had met recently in Westerville. So that's about 8 names right there. So I just kind of thought back through
Did you Sal?
3 or 4 decades of people, and who would right away be somebody who would know me and be able to respond to my question.
I want to go back to the Facebook post that you had seen showing against Exhibit 2. Did you send anything in response at any time after you had seen this photograph?
Yes, I think what I recall is that I sent that Matt and Emily and I had a Facebook Messenger chat together, and my recollection is I from the page forwarded it. You know, you can go to a Facebook page and then share it in Messenger, and I said, I love this photo, or something to that effect. I think I said, I love this photo. I love you guys. Something like that.
Do you remember when that was that you sent that message?
I believe it's May 25th.
Okay.
Because I remember texting after that to Matt. It looks like both of you have looked at this picture today.
So can you describe for me what that meant to you? What do you mean?
Yeah, so in Facebook Messenger, when if you send somebody in a chat, if you post something, like imagine my hand is the chat. So then down below here are the little icons that represent that person's messenger chat. So I saw 2 little of those circle icons, and I said that they were different. And that to me was that both Matt and Emily had seen that picture.
So their Facebook accounts had seen what had been sent to them via Facebook.
Yes.
When was it that you looked to see if she had seen that photo? Was it before or after the phone call from Matt?
Well, I posted that afterward, but I should be able to see the time that I posted it, but I don't remember. It would have been before. So I would have looked before. I don't recall off the top of my head, but it would be visible in my chat, I think, to some degree, but I don't remember based on the way you're this morning.
Did you have a conversation with Matt after the phone call that he had with you?
Yes.
To tell you that Emily was gone.
Yes.
And as a result of that phone call, did you try to figure out when the last time you had communication or interaction with your sister?
Yes. And that's yes.
And did you then send messages to Matt in that same Facebook chat that you had with both
Yes.
Emily and Matt? And did he respond to you?
Yes, a thumbs up.
Did he send you any other messages at that time, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall
Wanna put
receiving
this
any
on
more
1.25?
communications from
Sure.
Emily Noble's Facebook account after your communication?
At least until Diane.
I know there were texts from Emily, whether they were between Emily and me or in the chat with the three of us, I don't remember.
Would seeing records of the chat between you, Matt, and Emily refresh your recollection as to whether you received any messages from Emily's account after your phone call?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you some mark for identification purposes as Stacey did at 3. I want you to take a moment to look through those. We'll fix that.
Yeah, this woman does not sound like her and her sister were very close at all.
No.
Right. And I get that she wants a bad guy, but
Mhm.
sometimes there's just no bad guy.
Yeah.
I said, love this, love you, love our country. Okay, so just a minute. On Monday, so that's the 25th. Here.
Yeah, he was a lot like he was more sad and now he's just pissed.
Oh, yes, I see now. Yes, I can tell.
Okay.
Took me a minute to
That's okay.
interpret that.
So now you've had an opportunity to see the conversation. Do you
Yes.
recall receiving messages from Emily Noble's Facebook?
Yes, I received messages from Emily Noble's Facebook Messenger account.
And that was in the timeline of things after you had that conversation with Matt? about
Yes.
Emily Deans.
Yes.
Turn your
Who
attention
is
to
in the back?
May 26th. Did you
I want to know his
did
story.
you receive communications from people who were interested in going out to look for Emily?
Yes.
And did you
Can you turn up the
communicate
volume a
that
bit?
to
Yeah, I can.
Matt?
Or
in
if
that
you have the
same
plug-in.
Facebook chat that had you, Matt.
Yeah, I do. I gotta.
Look at you all fancy.
I know.
Well. You know.
And Emily.
Yes.
And what was his response to you talking about a search party?
This I remember. He said
Two
he
of his
didn't want to
sons
go out and look to
unalived
find her dead
themselves,
under a
right?
tree somewhere. Isn't that what search parties are for? And he said he wanted to just let the police search for her.
He had 2 kids that unalived themselves, right?
He had his son.
Think so.
That was
Prior
it.
Yeah, I
to
know
your
one
sister
son, but yeah,
going
it's
missing.
like 2 of them.
Yeah, I think
But yeah,
C-Spot
Eris-
said there's 2. I feel like there was. One was in the
Yeah.
park, but I think was the other one an unaliving or the other one in
No, I think it
like
was
when he
both.
was really young.
Yeah.
I think I believe he had one pass away when they were really young. Just
Okay.
Yeah, and
Something
then the teenager unalived himself.
Yeah.
and then wasn't it her ex-husband or well, it was her husband at the
Her
time.
husband, her
Yeah,
husband
her first
did.
husband.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
Characterize your
And then
relationship.
she had
Right?
a bunch of friends,
Oh,
Like,
I
she
really enjoyed Matt.
had friends with
and his
like
company and
HIV
my
who were
visits there.
dying, cancer. Like she'd befriend these people right before they pass away. She'd
Right.
form this emotional connection to help them.
That's a lot.
and then would have to deal with their passing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like just
Depressing.
death and despair in both of their lives.
Right. Which is probably why they fell in love anyways, that connection
That
with
could be.
all the grief surrounding them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens.
Trauma bonding.
All right. He's
Yeah, that's why I
well
like all of you.
spoken, polite, and kind. If my mother liked him, that was enough for me when I first met him. And after they were married, I said, I have a nickname for you. I already have a favorite older brother. And besides that, you're not older than I am, but I have a nickname for you. You're going to be my more noble brother, which was a play on his name and my sister's name.
Did that relationship with Matt change in the days following Emily's birthday?
Not at first, but yes.
And can you tell us how it changed?
Yes, he just asked me to take on roles that I was not willing to take on.
How would you characterize your conversations with him in those months after Emily was missing?
Well, in the initial days, it was cordial. We were, sad together. We were strategizing how to look for her, how to keep track of all the people that wanted to look and all the places that people were looking. And there were kind of two camps of people. There were those who only wanted to look for a body and those that only wanted to look for a living person, a missing person. And I'm doing both. I spent many hours a day. So we had check-in calls once a day or every other day, kind of saying, where have you looked? Where have these people looked? And then I got a map kind of set up to automate some of that process to make it easier to keep track of where people were looking. At one point he said, the police have my
shaking his
phone.
head.
I got another phone 9:00 last night. Can you help me set it up? Because I had switched from one type of phone to another and I was able to answer some of those frustrating questions about how do you take a screenshot? How do you turn it off? Things like that. And so that was part of our conversations. And then it was kind of frustrating too, because I was asked, can you give me a list of places to go and look? And I would give him a list and then he'd follow up a couple days later. Can you give me that list again?
Why did she get
nobody's
it?
looked there yet. I've told 5 people they don't need to look in that part or
Yeah.
that, put up a poster there. It's kind of frustrating, but given the circumstances, I'm trying to give a lot of grace when I know what it's like when tragedy strikes. And Mom's funeral was a horrible display of the worst of everybody's personalities in some ways. And so I
think they contested everything because of him being charged or something. I seem to remember that she ended up with everything.
Oh, the house.
Okay,
Yeah,
but he was
the mother's
acquitted.
house. Yeah, but he was
When he was on potential criminal, he had said it was still in, like he was still getting sued for everything and stuff. So
Yeah.
but
they
they
were
took
not
it.
happy that she left everything to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I did watch. I might have watched the trial with Sean actually.
give a lot of grace.
So-
But yeah,
When I first asked you about the change in relationship, you mentioned a conversation about him asking you to take on a role.
yes.
Can you remember specifically what that was that he was asking you to do?
Yes, it was like the second week of June, approximately. I remember he called and said, I've appointed you to my spokesperson to the media, or I want you to be my spokesperson to the media. And I said, no, I'm not going to take on that role.
And how did he react to that?
He was quiet and no real reaction. And as I recall, we didn't talk much longer after that during that specific call.
Did you have another call where he asked you to take on a different role?
Yes, within the next day or so, day or two, he said, I've decided that I want you to be my spokesperson to the police.
React when he asked you to do
I
that?
said, absolutely not. That is literally what you need to be doing. I'm giving them information that I have and that I know and asking them questions that I have, and you need to do that too.
And how did he react when you told him that?
He repeated it and I said no again. And then in a menacing tone, he said, you need to think long and hard about whether you ever want to see your sister again. And I hung up and did not speak verbally with him again.
That was the last time you had a verbal phone conversation?
Yes.
Did you have any other contact with him via text or messenger or any of those kinds of things?
Yes, he
What
texted me a couple of weeks
sounds like
later,
he's pissed you're not trying to help find her.
again in Facebook Messenger, and was threatening my family with lawsuits for things that people were posting on Facebook. And I said, could you please send me links to this or screenshots or something so that I know what you're talking about, because maybe they're not related to me, or if they are, I'll talk to them. And he couldn't produce that. And just, I don't remember the end of the conversation, but it was essentially, this is what could
He was a
happen
few
or what I
months
intend to do
Irish.
or something along those lines.
But-
I think he said defamation was the word he used.
Within
And
the
was
year.
that the end of your communications with the defendant?
No, we had one more text exchange after that.
And what do you remember about that?
He said, I miss our talks. And I
What?
said, I miss my sister. He said, can't you call me? I said, no, call Detective Grubbs. And I gave him Detective Grubbs' phone number.
Did you have any other interactions with him after that time?
No,
Are you kidding me?
well, not via text or anything like that. No.
Okay, out of respect for Matt, I'm not going to say what I think.
I
She's
want to turn your
pissing me
attention to
off.
September of 2020.
This is this dude's wife.
Were you aware of people who were still out searching for Emily?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Yes.
Specifically, was there a high school classmate
Yes.
of Emily? And who was that?
Lisa Gordish.
Had you talked with them about where they were looking, what kind of things they were trying to do?
Yeah. Lisa wrote to me in August, and she has a sister, and she was in Emily's class, but we actually had class together. And she said, my sister and I were talking about how you and your mom and Emily would take bike rides or go on walks together. And we just want to get a sense of what that was like. Could you send me a few of those walks? So I drew them out on Google Maps and took screenshots and put out the steps for it and sent those to her. As I recall, there were 6. And I made a copy of that and sent it by email, I think, to the detectives and said, this group wants to look at some of these routes just for your awareness. And at the end of, when she got to the 5th or 6th one, she wrote to me and said,
Sustain.
Let's go. We'll move on. So you had communications with Lisa
Yes.
about where they were going to look. Okay.
Move on. You're
Um,
not making me look good.
Did you receive a phone call on September 16th, 2020?
Oh, yes,
And
many.
Generally speaking, what was the topic of that initial phone call?
That remains were found. They found her, is what a lot of people thought.
What have you seen any photographs of the remains that were recovered?
No.
Do you know any of the details about how your sister was found?
Yes, a little bit. I listened to the,
Objection, Your Honor. The lack of foundation, how does she know details? She just said she didn't see photos.
She was in the middle, I think, of saying how she knows, but I can ask her the
All right,
different.
then we need to find out. Right, is it hearsay?
Did you obtain the 911 call that was made when the remains were found?
yes,
And have you also read the Montgomery County Coroner's report?
yes,
But beyond that, you don't know a lot of the specific details
no,
about any of the things that were found. Did you send Detective Grubbs an email 2 days after the remains were found?
This is going great.
I wrote emails to him a lot, so I don't know about the specifics of this one.
Were you generally aware that the remains that were found hanging?
Objection, Your Honor, is deleted. She says she doesn't know the details.
I guess, were you aware?
Well, I'll let her answer the question. She knows.
I was aware of what the 911 call said.
Lawyer's looking at her like she just
511.
stole his kidney in bits.
Let me just feed her some lines. Oh, good. We might have to slow it down.
Yeah, she's about to get up. Let me refresh my drink.
Did you ask Detective Grubbs for a full investigation into the circumstances of Emily being found?
Yes, I do remember sending an email about that.
Why did you ask for that?
Because I was absolutely convinced that
Question, Your Honor, as to why she asked that.
I'll sustain that. Go ahead. Next one.
And just one other thing I want to go back and make sure that it was clear. When you were discussing having received messages from Emily Noble's Facebook account, were you aware who those messages were coming from? Were those messages from your sister or were they from somebody else?
no, I assumed in the context they were from Matt.
So it wasn't, you don't believe you ever received another message from Emily?
Your Honor, ask the answer.
She has answered this. She thought they came from Matt. If that's your question.
And so the last communication that you had with your sister was the text message on the morning of her birthday.
Correct.
I have no further questions this time.
Hey.
Let's take a 10-minute stretch and restroom break. We'll be right back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Please recall your court's admonition.
Like, just because she's convinced that she didn't do this doesn't mean she didn't do it. I mean,
Right.
ugh, frustrating. Like, I get it. You don't want to believe it's true, but
Right. No, but I don't think anybody ever does.
mhm. No, never.
But is it? Hi, Cool Frog.
Hey, Cool Frog. Hey, Dave.
I dropped it back down to normal speed because Diane can talk quick.
Oh, she can.
I agree. I don't ask anybody that all the time. Like, I ask them, are you okay when they lose somebody? But I don't say, are you going to hurt yourself?
Yeah, I think that's a key, very key. Because I remember thinking that a lot. I'm like, I've never asked I've never personally had anybody like my sister or anything like that in my life where I had to ask them that question. Yeah, someone
Right.
passed.
Well,
me-
and I did have a sister
Are
that had.
Now that you say that, yeah, even if that was the way that they did it, I don't think I've ever asked anybody.
I had a
was
sister that had a really, really hard time with a loss of one of our grandparents, and so I asked her because I was worried about her. But that's why I didn't ask anybody else in our family.
Yeah, because you had that thought that wow,
Right.
like maybe there's something going on there.
Right. And it was because of her reaction to how she reacted when she was told the news that grandma was gone. Like,
So clearly that is a concern. So
right.
be out of the possibilities of what happened. So
Thanks. Bye, Baker. Go to bed.
Hi, Baker.
Yep. Oh, I guess I forgot I unplayed it.
Thanks. Have a seat. Have a seat.
I'm gonna say you're just in time, Sal.
All right. Defense may cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome.
Amy, Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore. We had an opportunity just now. I told you that I was going to ask you some questions about the email that you sent to Detective Grubbs. Is that right?
Yes.
And I gave you an opportunity to review the email should you need to refresh your recollection as to what the email said.
Yes.
And you indicated that you had reviewed the email and you knew what it said.
Yes.
So I've got some questions about it. The email that I'm talking about was sent on September 18th.
We got to mark that.
Right. The email that you sent to Detective Grubbs was on September 18th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was 2 days after Emily's remains were found.
Yes.
the title of that email, as I'm sure you recall, was Westerville Body, September 16th.
Yes.
You write to the detective, do you not, with "Good morning. Following is a statement based on my professional knowledge and personal interactions with Emily. I urge those investigating to look beyond suicide." Do you remember writing Detective Grubbs that?
Yes.
And then you go on in the next paragraph, do you not, to talk about your qualifications and your education, right?
Yes.
You mentioned you have a master's degree, that you have training in mental health first aid USA and youth mental health first aid as well.
Yes.
And then you go on to email Detective Grubbs. What it looks like is 1 full page, single space, 2 full pages, single space, and then a few lines on the next page.
Yes.
I mentioned your master's degree because you would agree with me, would you not, Amy, that memory does not get better with time?
Yes.
Okay. Because this was written 2 days after Emily's remains were found.
Yes.
And today's date is what?
August 17th, 2021.
So between
2022.
22. So between September 18th, 2020, and today's date, would you agree with me it's about 2 years?
Yes.
So let's talk about the email. Because I heard you on your direct examination talk about 2 different statements that Matt Moore told you allegedly on a phone. Do you remember your testimony about Matt says, quote, "she's gone"?
Yes.
I trust then, 2 years ago, you included that in your email to Detective Rose. You didn't, did you?
No.
Nor did you include 2 years ago when you wrote a thorough email to Detective Grubbs asking him to follow up on the investigation. Did you include the statement? Let me get to it because I want to make sure I have it. When he allegedly told you, you better do that if you.
Here goes C6. C-Swap sent me that. She said, "Here's the prosecutor."
It does look like him.
Oh.
You want to see your sister again. Do you remember telling the jurors that statement?
Yes.
And that
Like
is
this.
also not in this incredibly detailed email to Detective Grubbs, correct?
I love it. Do you remember telling the jurors?
Even though, Amy, in the email to Detective Grubbs, you talk extensively about Matt and your communications with him.
Yes.
In fact, you agree that the second page is about Matt. You're right?
I don't remember.
This is what she did in the
Would
Hughes.
you like to refresh your recollection? See the email? I have a copy. Marking, you want just to refresh, but I'll mark it as defendants. Would you wish us to use numbers or letters?
We use numbers.
You get it.
Okay. Defendants exhibit A.
We use numbers.
And
We use letters.
If I may approach.
Yes.
Showing the witness was previously been
If
marked.
I may
as
approach, as
defendant's
I'm already
exhibit A.
halfway there.
Amy, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does it appear to be? Just so.
An email from me to Detective Grubbs.
And when I've been asking you all of these questions the last 5 minutes, is that the email that you believe you've been talking about?
Yes.
And if you can, turn to the second page of the email. And first sentence is what you asked Matt. Would you agree with me? Matt's name is in the first sentence.
Yes.
Second paragraph, first sentence of second paragraph, talks about Matt's traumatic brain injury and how he struggled with adjusting after Joe died. Would you agree with me on that?
I did say that.
And then in that paragraph, and I just asked you to scan, you say Matt frequently, do you not?
Sorry.
Throughout the second paragraph, Matt's treatment, knowing from Matt. Third paragraph, first word is Matt, is it not?
Yes.
Matt.
And then the fourth,
Yes.
the next paragraph talks about Joey's suicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And Joey is Matt's son.
Yes.
And then the last paragraph, of course, again, about your urging of the detective. And in the fourth line, you're talking about Matt again, are you not?
Yes.
So in every paragraph on the second page, Matt is referenced.
Yes.
But nowhere in the entire email is either of these statements that today you told the jury Matt made to you on a phone call.
Correct.
And of course, when you're testifying about text messages or instant messages, we have the actual message, right?
Yes.
And so there's no question as to whether or not someone said what they did because it's right there.
Yes.
Awkward.
Subsequent to September 18th of 2020, you haven't at any point in time reached out to Detective Grubbs and given him the information about those 2 phone calls that you told this jury about. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Oh, so is there?
Wait, please repeat your question. Subsequent to this,
Yeah, since September 18th of 2020, have you sat down with Detective Grubbs?
I have talked to him on the phone, yes. I haven't,
Have you sat down with him?
no,
And in preparation for your testimony today, did you meet with Detective Grubbs?
no,
Did you meet with the prosecutors?
yes,
And how many times?
Objection, relevance.
It probably is, but I'll let her answer the question.
once,
Okay. And since this
But
email,
she can do it.
How is that
you
not
haven't
relevant?
Sat down with Detective Grubbs.
correct,
You would agree, since this email, you have not emailed Detective Grubbs again, is that correct?
I don't recall.
She does. She intimidated the jury in the Husel trial. Like this big, like 300-pound muscular
Go
black guy
back.
was interviewed afterwards.
And maybe I'll go here. Start here, Amy.
But like she really, it was even worse in the Husel trial. And she toned it down here a little bit, I think, because of that guy who was intimidated by her as a juror. And then he meets her afterwards, and she's one of the sweetest people you can imagine.
Right.
She seems like
She's
I watched an
she's
interview
just a
after.
shark for her client.
Yeah.
And she was really polite and friendly.
Oh yeah, she seems really cool.
Yeah. But in the courtroom, she
Oh
is
god,
a monster.
she's
In a
Rosemary
good way.
2.0.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I don't understand why they
Sorry,
say
go ahead.
relevance to how many times she met with the prosecutors. That's entirely relevant. She's the one pointing the finger.
That's true.
Mhm.
Yeah, but she
I
doesn't.
want to you talked about your sister.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So the jury is clear. She goes missing on May 25th, 2020. You are living in DC. The last time you had been to Ohio was the summer of 2019.
Correct,
So a year prior was the last time that you had seen it.
yes,
So let's now go to May 25th of 2020. You do not come to Ohio that day? Correct?
correct,
Nor the 26th?
correct,
Nor the 27th?
correct.
Nor the 28th?
Yeah, we were in a pandemic and we were quarantined.
You came to Ohio not at all that summer.
Correct,
And so the communications that you're talking about with Matt and what you told his jurors about how you were managing searches, you were never in Ohio searching for your sister, correct?
Oh, yeah.
correct.
I forgot about that.
Have you even been to the Abbey Cross house where Matt and Emily and Joey lived? Did you go there?
When?
When they all lived there together?
Yes,
And that was in the summer of 19 when you came for Joey's funeral?
Yes. And the 2 weeks prior to that,
And in June of 2000, at the end of June of 2019, I
Yes.
you told the jurors you came to visit,
yes,
and then Joe killed himself.
yes,
And I noticed during your direct examination, you used the word self-inflicted. Joey hung himself, correct?
yes,
In a park,
yes,
from a tree.
yes,
Emily loved Joey.
yes,
And when you came to the funeral, you saw how distraught she was.
yes,
And Joey's suicide was an event after a significant other number of deaths in Emily's life. Isn't that right?
yes,
I want to go through some of them. You talked about her friend in the 90s that had HIV and died. There was other friends that Emily had. You talked about it. She would sort of take someone on and sort of like a bird, take someone under their wing and care for them, and then they pass.
Oh, Salbert.
Is that right?
No, I
yes,
really.
And then
don't
you
care.
talked about how she met Mark in 2011. And it stood out to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, Amy, that you talked about how happy Emily and Mark were together.
yes,
How they dressed alike, and the bag was even sort of similar, and they were taking on some characteristics of one another.
yes,
And fair to say, I assume, Amy, that you, based on your observations and seeing them together, you thought they were happy.
yes,
And you thought that of the couple, Amy and Mark, right? You thought that as a couple they were happy?
Emily and Mark,
I'm
yes,
sorry, Emily and Mark. You thought that they were happy as a couple, right?
yes,
And then Mark killed himself.
yes,
And that was obviously a surprise to you.
yes,
And he shot himself in the head, did he not?
I don't know.
Did you go to Mark's
I know it was a gunshot wound, I don't know where.
And did you go to Mark's funeral?
Yes,
And then after Mark's suicide, Emily had a good friend kill herself as well, did she not?
not right, who?
In 2012, a friend?
You don't even know.
I know of somebody more recently than that, but I don't dispute that may have happened.
Who do you know more recently than that?
There may
A
have been
high
more
school
people who-
classmate.
And the high school classmate is separate from her brother-in-law that also killed himself in 2017, is that right? Her brother-in-law by marriage.
Marriage would be
Mark's brother.
Usually a brother-in-law is
Mark
by marriage.
Farmallow's brother. I do not know that he died by suicide.
And if you know Mark's parents, they
Does
died
it
by
matter if
suicide.
it was unaliving or not, or
I don't know.
self-deletion or not? He died.
And of course, Joe.
Yes,
And in between all of that, and I you know, and the state asked you about it,
So her husband's brother, and
Wow.
her husband's parents, all four deleted, and her stepson.
I forgot about
And
I did too. I
All
forgot
the
about all of
people-
those.
and all the people in her life like that she was helping support
Right.
with like HIV and cancer and everything. Like,
Right.
It's like it's so it
So how can
Exactly.
you
Everybody around her, like, that would give you a complex.
I mean seriously it's approaching Hillary Clinton levels at this point.
No?
Sorry. Oh, this is your channel. Never mind. Sorry. Oh, hold on. Somebody's at the door. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Kidding.
I sent them.
better be careful.
I got a UPS
I don't
package.
think, excuse me, Mark Farmallow's mother isn't dead, I don't think.
okay, she's alive.
Well, you
Oh,
said
well.
that she committed suicide.
Tell me if you think she's alive.
I thought she was alive.
Okay. And his brother?
I believe he's deceased.
Okay. With respect to the
The
other
five
kind
people,
of
not
deaths that Emily, you know, experienced, right?
Mhm.
And I mean, separate from our own, in sort of in between all that, in 15 and 16, and Amy, tell me if I'm wrong, but your parents also passed, your dad,
Yes,
and then I think your mother was tragically killed in a car accident.
yes,
And that was in 17,
So that was fun.
16.
16. And then you're aware, just before Joey's death, that Matt's mom died.
Yes,
That's a significant amount of loss.
it is.
It's a significant amount of suicide.
Yes.
I want to go back to, we can, sort of some of the,
Yeah, Pixie.
and I know your testimony was that you weren't here, and we can just leave the lights off if you don't mind, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. I know that you weren't here, but just generally, you're familiar with where Abbey Cross Lane was and where Emily and Matt lived?
Yes.
And you're aware, are you not, that Emily's remains were found in this wooded area right here?
Yes.
Have you seen this map before?
This particular map,
Yeah.
I've seen, yes, on Google, not this particular map till today, but yes, I've seen Google Maps.
And I asked you because I'm just wondering, I assume you're aware that on May 25th, after Matt called the 911 and reported Emily missing, that Matt took the detectives along this red line right here and told the detectives that this was Emily's favorite place to walk and to go in here and forage.
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that?
No.
You failed, forget to pay your
You
membership.
talked about how you were aware that Emily, after Joey's suicide, started to go to counseling.
Yes.
And I assume, based on your testimony, you knew that when she went to counseling because she reported difficulty after the tragic loss, and she was traumatized by more death and loss in her life. Does that sound about right?
I did, but for some reason I can only see a handful of the channels now.
Oh,
I'll
was
send
doing
her-
that.
I'll send her. Yeah, I think it's the same thing it did to you because it's those same kind of channels.
I know. I was like, where did I get kicked out of those shit?
Wait, those are the only ones I go to.
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
I'll send you a screenshot, Shelly.
Those were not the words she used with me.
Okay. So she told you that she went to counseling. She started to go to counseling.
Yes.
And that was after Joey died.
Yes.
And she told you that because of what she was experiencing as a result of Joey's death, she was going to apply for family medical leave. Is that right?
Correct.
And she did just that.
Yes.
And she didn't work for 3 or 4 months. Is that right?
Correct.
And I assume you know, based on your testimony about your relationship and closeness with Emily, that she had a history of depression.
No.
You didn't know that she had suffered from
Man.
depression and had been
Man.
diagnosed with depression.
No.
Oh, get
And that's
out.
not something that she shared with you?
Not that particular issue, no.
Why? You were asking her if she was gonna unalive
I remember when you were describing Emily.
My God. That is ridiculous.
I missed it.
What she was saying?
Yeah.
They were just like, do you think did she have any mental health issues? No. Or depression issues. Was that what it was? Oh, now I feel like you got to go back.
yeah. I
Okay.
wasn't. My headphones weren't.
Yeah, listen to that. I was like, ma'am,
Just hit the arrow, left arrow a couple times.
you don't ask somebody if they're
I
gonna
I have.
themselves for no reason.
Oh, this. Okay.
You don't.
Depression.
No.
You didn't know that she had suffered from depression and had been diagnosed with depression?
No.
And that's not something that she shared with you?
Not that particular issue, no.
right?
But aren't you the expert on it?
I remember when you were describing Emily on your direct examination, and you said that she was courageous, and
I
she
didn't know
loved
she
me.
suffered from depression. Like,
There
come
was
on.
a point in time when she stopped going to therapy, was there not? In 2019?
I was not aware of that. No.
So,
You didn't
so
know
you
that at
didn't,
all.
Emily never told you that she stopped going to therapy at the end of 2019?
No.
And so was it your understanding then, as her sister living in Washington DC, that she was still going to therapy up until her death?
Yes.
If she wasn't, would you have wanted to know that, Amy?
No.
What?
Let's talk about Matt. Because I know the state asked you about your relationship with Matt. And I know I asked you about May 25th and 26th and 27th, and we know that you weren't in Ohio that summer. Fair to say that the first time that you communicate with Detective Grubbs is when you call on June 11th. Does that sound right?
Yes. I believe that's correct.
I just want to make sure that the juror understands the timeline.
No, I communicated with him before. What is the significance of June 11th?
Well, so the way that goes is that I ask you the questions. If you don't know, just let me know.
I don't. One moment
Sure.
while I think. I will say in early June, I called Westerville Police Department, or I spoke with Detective Grubbs in early June. I do not remember the date.
And fair enough, because it's some time ago, right? It's obviously, as we talked about, almost 2 years ago. But in June of 2020, there was a call between you and Detective Grubbs, was there not?
Yes.
And you realized, Amy, that when Detective Grubbs was calling you, that your sister had been missing for a week or two or an extended period of time.
Yes.
And you knew that you were talking to the individual that was the lead investigator on the case, did you not?
Yes.
And you told Detective Grubbs, did you not, that you thought Emily had gotten angry and left, but you couldn't figure out what she would be mad at since Matt Moore was a Grizzly fan. Remember telling Detective Grubbs?
That sounds about right. At that point in time, yes.
So as of June-ish, early June, your sister's been missing a week or 2 weeks.
Yes.
You talk to the detective and you say you think that she got angry and left. I'm not sure why, but the reason why you're not sure why is because Matt's a grizzly bear. Like, he's a nice guy, huh?
Yes.
Hey, Lefty. Aren't you at work?
And there's some questions about the relationship of Emily and her brother. And I ask you this because you mentioned that you have a sibling, an older brother.
Yes.
And isn't it true that Detective Grubbs asked you about trauma in Emily's life?
Crisis averted. I have all the naughty channels back.
Yay! You get
They have
Jody's bits.
experience with respect to
What's the point of
sex.
Discord then, right?
Yes.
She just wanted Jody.
Objection.
Oh,
Yeah, I did. You were talking about her in chat. I had to go look again.
Well, I have a good question.
Specifically, he asked you about her being sexually abused by a family member. Do you remember that?
Objection. Roll.
Ah, hi, Dougies.
Yeah.
That's why I asked when did she send those pictures? She said I sent her a bunch of pictures, and she didn't. I wonder if there wasn't a picture in those pictures that triggered something because of a childhood abuse.
Maybe.
I mean, it could be. That's us when they were talking about. I sent her pictures and she didn't reply to me about getting them or whatever. So she had to have sent them right before she did it.
yeah.
So, and if there's stuff like that going on, that could definitely trigger somebody.
Sure can.
I'm not sure. Can we approach it with, we don't have to go on the record.
And I know that you had just told the jury that you weren't aware that Emily
Your
had-
sister is missing or on a
Yes.
Your sister is
Were
missing.
you aware that Emily had any history of abuse?
But so
No, her sister is missing, and she's like, I can't go to Ohio because of the pandemic.
when she had family right there,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I think. Yeah.
Or sexual abuse?
Objection. Sustained.
And in your conversation with Detective Grubbs, did you not? He told you reach out to Moore being Matt, to see if he would talk to him. Do you remember that?
Please repeat that without you. Please use names. Could you please use
Detective
names?
Moore is talking to you, Amy Thomas. Right? I'm sorry, Detective Grubbs is
Yes.
talking to you, Amy Thomas,
Yes.
in early June. And he says to you, will you reach out to Matt for him? Does he not?
I don't recall that.
You don't.
No.
Because I ask you that because you said to the jury.
Yes. Correct. Yes.
So it's actually Detective Grubbs that asked you to be a liaison between Matt and the police.
For medical records. Yes.
Because you told the jurors how Matt had asked you to play a role. I thought that was the word you used in direct, but tell me if I'm wrong. Is that the word you used, Amy?
Yeah. Matt asked me. I believe I spoke to Detective Grubbs prior to speaking to Matt about that.
So it first comes from Grubbs. Will you,
Correct.
Amy, go to Matt for me?
Correct. But I don't remember that, but it's possible. I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Because your memory of that event has faded?
Just give me a moment to think.
Take all the time.
Do you have a date for that?
It's the same June conversation that we were talking about earlier with Detective Grubbs.
I do remember a conversation like that. I remember it before the conversation with Matt. Because that's what made me frustrated when Matt started asking for this relationship.
Because you thought you were being put in the middle.
Yes,
Yeah, and you were frustrated by that.
yes,
Okay. I want to talk about your statement that you made on direct about you tried to give Matt some grace
yes,
after Emily went missing because you saw Matt suffering when Joey died. Did you not? You saw it firsthand when you went
Yes.
to the funeral.
yes,
And you saw Emily suffering when Joey died.
yes,
And Joey's suicide, hanging himself from a tree, was about 10 months before Emily is found hanging from a tree. Is that right?
yes,
And you know, because you've suffered loss, and I'm sorry truly about your parents, you've suffered loss. Grief can look different in everyone, can it not?
yes,
And sometimes, and I heard what you said about that funeral with a relative of yours. Sometimes grief can take a gentle form, and sometimes it can take a different form, right? We're all different.
Yes.
There is no playbook on how we grieve with loss, is there?
Well, no.
Despite, I know you talked about the list back in time when you gave to Emily, these are things you can do to help you move forward, right?
Yes.
But there is no, Amy, a playbook that says if we do these 8 things, we will be okay.
No.
And as someone that has suffered from grief and significant loss, you would agree with me, would you not, that it's not just when the loss hits that matters. It's triggers that happen, birthdays, holidays, a song on the radio. It could be anything, and it's almost the worst when it's least expected.
Yes.
Just want to ask you about some of the medical information you gave about Emily. She had the pins removed.
Yes.
I think it was the right ankle. Which ankle was it? Do you remember?
No.
It was an ankle. She had broken her ankle, had she not? And she had surgery on it.
Correct. I don't know about surgery. She'd broken her. Well, yes. Yes.
Because the pins were the surgery.
The pins were the surgery.
So she had gotten the pins out, and after Joey's death, she was trying to take better care of herself, right? She was trying to get healthy again.
Yes.
And I know when you were asked by the state to describe her physically, she was like 95 pounds, 98 pounds, under 100. Does that sound right?
I did not talk about that today.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes, she was about 100 pounds, 5 feet tall, and about 100 pounds.
And were you aware, did you know when she had like the elbow break?
I don't recall that.
Fair enough. You do, though, recall, and I know you told the jurors about how she had, over the years, taken to what you described as nature therapy.
Yes.
And fair to say that even in Emily's text messages or your communications with her, that's an expression that she used, right?
Yes.
Nature therapy. She loved to go on walks.
Or lefty.
You said that you told the jurors that she was an early morning person. Is that right?
Yes.
She loved to forage.
Yes.
And tell the jurors what you mean by forage.
As I understand it, it's finding edibles in their natural location. So
Edibles?
So you go, mushroom hunting is one example.
Yeah, and so you tell me if I'm wrong. Foraging is you look for mushrooms that you can actually eat that won't harm you.
Correct? You look for greens like dandelion greens that you can eat. We grew up pulling wild onions from the stream, eating them.
And this foraging was something that she had really come to love.
Yes.
And something that she did with Matt.
Yes.
And it
Probably
was
don't wanna
something
do
that they shared together.
Probably
Yes.
don't want to do that after East Palestine.
She found peace in the nature, did she not, Amy?
Yes.
You were asked, I know, about Facebook messages that you had with Emily. Do you remember that line of questioning during your direct?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that you and I agree, Amy, that nowhere in your Facebook messages with Emily does she ever say that Matt is mean to her, right?
No.
Does she say Matt hates her?
No.
Matt wants her dead?
No.
She talks about how does she not, that with COVID, she was working remotely.
Yes.
And you write, and I mean before May 24th and 25th, you write often, I love you both.
Yes.
She talks to you, though, about how Matt coated a shepherd's hook that held a bird feeder, right, with Vaseline, and she joked that Matt actually didn't understand the ancient secret is keeping squirrels out of the bird food.
Yes.
And that's just on May 11th, just a week or two before.
Yes.
That's what how she's describing Matt. Is that right?
Yes.
And then I want to go to the messages that you were asked about by Mr. Slick. You told the jurors this message where he talked about the woods, right? That he's not ready to find her in the woods. Do you remember
Yes.
that? Are you a parent? I won't ask you about your children, but
Yes.
and Joey was Matt's biological child.
Yes.
And are you aware that his other child had died of a disease at a very young age?
Yes.
And so his second child is dead in the woods.
Yes.
So it's from that context that I want to make sure the jurors know exactly what was written. You asked him if he wants to meet you somewhere to search, and he wrote, did he not? I am not ready to think that she is dead, lying in the woods someplace. And that's what search parties are for, to look for bodies. But if everyone thinks it's for the best, then yes. Isn't that what Matt actually wrote, Emily?
Yes.
And then you wrote, sigh.
Yes.
I know. I'm still hoping a couple of her friends know something. They haven't responded yet. And then Matt says, I'm going to stay home and let the police investigate. They have her phone. I will keep you posted. Try not to worry. And then later he writes,
That's what makes me not believe her phone conversation things, because she fibbed about the things that he texted. I'm not ready to find her in the woods. Well, that's not what he actually said.
And when you
Kind
put
of
it in
did, but-
context with his whole tragedy, it
Right.
makes sense. Be like,
his son was found in the woods. Like,
Mhm.
so it makes me not trust her what she says about what they had for phone calls. If you're gonna fib up things to make them look worse when there's documentation.
that his dad Palmer,
Yes.
is at the house, and so he can now go search. Remember that?
Yes.
Because he didn't want the house to be left empty in case Emily
Objection,
came
Your
home.
Honor, speculation.
Withdraw. And then you asked about the clothes that she was wearing when you left. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he said he did not know.
Yes.
Matt called you every day, did he not? After she went missing?
Almost. Yes.
Constantly communicated with her as the sister of Emily,
Yes.
keeping you updated on what was going on, or at least checking in.
No.
Did you answer his call?
Yes.
I know that you were shown a picture of Emily. Just so we can sort of set the stage, Amy, we could.
Probably.
This picture was posted,
This is exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2, showing the witness with remark to State's Exhibit 2. This picture was posted on May 25th, or May 24th, which is your testimony?
I commented on it on May 25th.
But it was posted on May 24th.
I don't recall.
And your comment, as you told the jury, was love this photo, love you both, or love you guys.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure the jury sees this, though. I'm zooming in for a reason. It appears that Emily is wearing 2 necklaces there. Does it not?
Yes.
And the shirt of Matt's, it's a plaid shirt, red, blue, white.
Yes.
And it appears from the photo, and tell me if you can't tell, but that Matt's arm is extended?
Yeah, yes,
And he's smiling.
yes,
And your sister seems happy there, does she not?
yes.
At any point in time, and let me just show you this picture too. The memory spot. Mark, do you have this picture? It's marked as yours. Showing the witness was previously marked as defendant's exhibit B, if I may, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Amy, tell me if you recognize that picture, if you've ever seen that before.
Yes.
And what is that picture that I've just shown you marked as defendant's exhibit B?
This is the other picture at Field of Heroes I was remembering of Emily standing there.
And if I can, I just want to zoom this in. And it's not the best photo, but I promise you, Amy, it's no fault of my own. Emily's not wearing pants in that photo, is she?
She's wearing a mini skirt.
Right. And a t-shirt that at least covers her shoulder.
Yes,
And that necklace, that longer necklace that you see on her.
yes.
She loved that. Was it? It was her birthstone, was it not?
I don't know.
And if I could zoom in on the shoes, again, it's not the best picture, but do they appear to you, Emily, to be tennis shoes? I'm sorry, Amy.
No, they look like hiking shoes.
Like little boots,
Yes.
but definitely not tennis shoes. One moment, Your Honor. Amy, I know that the prosecutor asked you at the end of your direct examination if you have been provided other details about the investigation or seen photos, and your answer is no.
Correct.
And so I know in your email to Detective Grubbs, the September 18th, 2020 email, you urged him, look carefully at the evidence, including footprints in the soil.
I think that they allege that there was a fight that night, and that's when she was not alive anymore. And so that's why she's only wearing one necklace, I believe, when they find her, and she's in her tennis shoes and running clothes, and her clothes are in the hamper, and his clothes are in the hamper that they're wearing those pictures. And
Yeah,
so I think that's what all of
it.
this line is.
That's exactly why, because they were trying to allege that he might have done it the night before that night.
Right.
Yeah. So
Fibers in her hair, fibers on her clothing, digital evidence on her phone, her laptop, and that of her spouse. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Because all of those things to you, Amy, could have led to an important determination, right?
Yes.
It could have answered some questions.
I hope.
So you hope. And is it your testimony today that you've never been provided with the information that all of those things were looked for and nothing was found?
Objection. Misstates the evidence.
I'll let you.
Could you please
What?
restate the
Sure.
question?
I'll break it out. Footprints in the soil, fibers in the hair.
Approach, please.
I love Diane.
It's devastating to our case.
It's devastating to our kid, yeah.
With respect to the things that you asked Detective Grubbs to do, right? To look for trace evidence, right? That's what you were saying you wanted so desperately the police department to
Hi,
look
Mike.
for, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've never been updated as to whether those things were found or not.
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Teen Wolf.
How you doing, Amy? Hard to take a quick look at an email and be asked a bunch of questions about it.
Yes.
You were asked if you had an opportunity to look at that. You had a brief chance to review it. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a bunch of questions about what was or was not in the email.
Resemblance is
Yes.
uncanny.
And
It's like
you
he's
answered, if not, I may approach this. I marked a copy of the same email. It was Exhibit A, but I'm going to mark it as Exhibit 4 as well, so that none of the parts are blocked off with the sticker.
Oh, no.
Just for the record, it's Exhibit 4, that same email we were just talking about.
I will, Shelley.
Yes.
And you were asked if you recalled whether there was anything in the email about, first of all, the statement that the defendant made to you when you first made the phone call.
Yes.
I would like you to take a look at the first paragraph at the bottom of the first page of that exhibit. Was that
Oh, I did say it.
email written when this was fresher in your mind?
Yes.
And do you recall exactly what you said to Detective Grubbs in the email? Without reading it, do you recall
No.
exactly what's in there?
No.
Does that email represent a true and accurate depiction of what you said to Detective Grubbs at the time?
Yes.
I would like you then to read what you wrote to Detective Grubbs at the bottom of that first page with regard to the phone call you received from Matt Moore.
Should I begin with when my phone rang?
Yes, ma'am.
When my phone rang May 25th, her phone number appeared. Naturally, I assumed it was her calling for our special conversation. It was her spouse, Matt Lyman Moore. He said that he was sorry Emily was gone. He said she had been missing since that morning. That made no sense to me.
And so, Amy, when you have an opportunity to actually read the email, you did, in fact, put to Detective Grubbs that was the statement that the defendant made to you when he first called you to let you know.
Yes.
Continuing at the top of page 2 of that exhibit. Did you also specifically tell Detective Grubbs that you asked the defendant what they had argued about?
Yes.
So now that you've had an opportunity to actually read the email, did you tell Detective Grubbs the same things about that phone call that you testified to today?
Yes.
I want to continue talking about this email. You were asked on a bunch of occasions where Matt's name appears. You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember any specifically some of the things that you talked about that Emily had shared with you about her marriage?
No. I know I talked about them. I'm not.
And again, would this email represent your recollection that you wrote down at the time, which would be
Yes.
would be a true and accurate representation of what you recall?
Yes.
You were asked also that if Emily had ever messaged you things about Matt being mad or other things of that, but is that the only way you communicated with Emily?
No, she did text me one word that I understood in context, but I was not questioned about that.
I'll come back to that in a second. But as far as you also have phone conversations with your sisters?
Yeah, infrequently. To be honest, we texted more than we spoke on the phone.
And that's fair. Was text messages the only way you ever communicated?
No,
Had Emily shared with you some struggles in her marriage?
only one.
What?
And what was that?
That was vodka.
And what did that mean to you?
That was the word she texted to me, and that it meant to me that
The objection is to what it meant to her.
Yeah.
Well, if you can present a foundation for that, I'll let you do so, but we'll determine whether she can answer that.
You didn't know anything, ma'am.
When you received the word vodka, without saying what it meant to you, why did it mean something to you?
because I asked Emily if Matt understood a joke that she had described to me, and she said no, and I said, why not? And she said, because vodka.
And did you, in your email to Detective Grubbs, relate that issue about Matt's drinking vodka?
I believe I did, yes.
Again, would reviewing that
Yes.
help refresh?
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
Right?
I hand you again, Exhibit 4, starting with the
There.
second sentence of that second
Yes,
paragraph.
I did write that. She did not like her husband's use of vodka, and I surmised it interfered with his thinking. And then I give the example of that text I was describing.
Okay.
I bet she saw Matt like a handful of times in their whole marriage.
Yeah. Sounds like she barely
Like-
did.
Yeah, that's it. Well, and they show the pictures from the house, and there's no evidence of. I think there's like one bottle of booze in the whole house. There sounds
Yeah.
like somebody with a vodka problem.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it, my mic was off. To be fair, there's usually only one bottle in my house because I drink it all.
Amy, you were also asked on cross-examination about calling Matt a big grizzly bear. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you were read from a portion of what Detective Grubbs had written down about your phone conversation.
yes,
Was that the entire conversation that you had with Detective Grubbs that time? You just called him a grizzly bear and that was the end of it?
I doubt it. I don't recall.
Okay. You're not sure if there were any other discussions that you had with him at that time?
At that particular day, I don't recall.
Okay. You were also asked a lot of questions on cross-examination about not including
Be swept.
the things you testified to about your phone calls with Matt. Do you remember those questions?
About not,
Not including in your email or not communicating
Correct.
to law enforcement the things that you now testify to.
yes,
Again, do you remember exactly what was written in this email to Detective Gross?
not word for word, no.
And is it again an accurate representation of your memory at that time that you now no longer have exactly what was written?
Yes,
Show you again, paragraph 2, the second paragraph, top of page 2. Starting with after May 25th, and then stopping at Matt.
After May 25th, I spoke frequently with her husband. At first, it was pleasant. Then on 3 occasions, he demonstrated a desire to control, a threatening tone, and name-calling me in a text that also complained to my family about defamation of character that we were not committing. I no longer speak on the phone or text with Matt because of these negative and frightening interactions.
What are you talking about?
So again, you were asked on cross-examination if you had put in the email anything about those conversations, and you answered no, right?
Correct?
And that was after you had only had a brief moment to look over the email and try to recall everything that was in it, right?
Yes,
But when you actually look and read the email, it is true that you did put the stuff in there about those conversations.
Sustained.
Is what's written in this email more or less accurate than your answers on cross-examination?
more.
You also were asked about phone conversations with Detective Grubbs. You remember that?
Yes,
And do you recall leaving Detective Grubbs a voicemail on June 12th?
yes.
And do you recall what that voicemail was about?
It was about the request for me to be the liaison with the police and that particular statement of you should think long and hard about whether you want to see your sister again.
And that was something that you did after your conversation with Matt and based on his reaction to you talking about with him.
That is bull.
Well, I'll prove it. Go ahead.
Yes,
Same goes for White Claws.
I love a good white claw.
What is David?
I
TV
don't know.
static.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
You were asked some questions about whether you came to Ohio to physically search for your sister.
yes.
Why did you not come to Ohio?
We were quarantined.
And so were
But
you,
you're
Initially, we were quarantined,
Oh.
and then subsequent to that, we didn't know what happened to Emily. So I was a little frightened and worried about where I would stay. And I was unemployed and couldn't afford a hotel. So there were multiple reasons, and my time at I
Redirect.
developed this digital way of collecting
Redirect.
information and disseminating information that was helpful in looking for a missing person in particular, which I was hopeful Emily was initially.
I did.
you were asked questions about your communications with Matt. They were fairly regular initially.
Yes.
So I
When
started
did that
accusing
change?
him of unaliving my sister.
After
Right.
that phone call about wanting
After I
me to
wrote
be
the
the
letter to the
liaison
police
with
officer.
the police and the tone of voice that he used, I just did not speak with him on the phone after
How
that.
dare a man be upset when his wife is missing? How dare
Finally,
he
Amy,
have
you were
an
asked
expressed tone in his voice.
some questions or read a portion of a sentence at the end of the email that you sent to Detective Grubbs. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And defense counsel asked you about looking for fibers in hair, fibers on clothing, digital evidence, right?
Yes.
Was that entire sentence?
No,
Yeah, the first
Do
question
you
I've been
remember
writing
exactly
stuff to ask
the
him.
words
The
of
first
that entire
question is
sentence?
not
What was he
exactly.
writing?
Would see in that email that would be an accurate representation of what you actually wrote?
Was he
Yes.
drawing dick pics like Mark
Right.
Jensen?
I know. I have that on my list.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to know what he was writing. I want to know what her actual relationship was with Emily, and because he'd be the
Yeah.
one that would know all that. That's
Yeah.
why he's so upset right now,
Yeah. And
because
I'm
he
just
knows
curious, like,
what
how
was
Diane.
actually going on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm very curious about the relationship with the sister-in-law. But I'm curious, like, how did Diane Menashe handle it? And like, was she receptive to the ideas he wrote or like stuff he gave her? And because it's just very unusual to see a defendant do this.
Right. Well, I think he's just writing down what he remembers probably from,
Probably.
like, that is not what I said.
Yeah. No, I like it.
Right.
And I'm curious if she like yelled at him for his facial expressions.
And you, State's Exhibit 4, starting at the bottom of page 2 with still, and then continuing on to the top.
No.
Take the stand.
Oh, I don't.
What
think
I
so.
wrote that day was still,
There's
I
no
urge
reason
an
to.
investigation to look carefully at the evidence, including footprints in the soil, fibers in her hair, fibers on her clothing, digital evidence on her phone and laptop and that of her spouse, broken bones, crushed cartilage, and bruising inconsistent with suicide by hanging. It is my expectation a clear and true understanding will come forth about Emily's death.
So
Exactly, Lefty.
defense counsel did not
Yeah,
read you
actually,
your entire
I think
sentence of the
No,
things that you
Post
encourage
that.
people to look at in this case.
correct.
Matthew Moore is my precious.
No further questions.
No one else can stream him. I'm kidding.
You also wanted to know about broken bones, crushed
You need-
cartilage.
Oh, the
By
traction-
cartilage, you meant what?
We would just be glad she didn't
Cartilage
speak,
is
ask
this
to
part
speak
of
to the
your
cop
nose.
Oh, right
supervisor.
here?
Yeah,
Okay. And bruising, so hemorrhaging, right? Like if she punched, you get a bruise, and you put bruising inconsistent with suicide by hanging.
I said bruising inconsistent with suicide by hanging,
And then
yes.
it says, it is my
that didn't
expectation
work.
a clear and true understanding will come forth about Emily's death.
That was my hope.
I'll have to do it.
And
On
then
a,
you see further, because I want to make sure now to
Posted in private
really
chat.
include every single sentence. It says, September 18, 2020,
I was gonna say,
9:52
Put it
a.m.
in private chat
And
and I'll make
it
the
reads
link smaller.
examples of how Matt ties, T-I-E-S. Do you see that, Amy?
Correct.
Okay, and did you send Detective Grubbs samples of how Matt ties?
it is a tracking link. Click it.
Examples.
Examples, yes.
Okay, and so those should have been attached to the email that the state had?
She sent him examples.
That was,
What'd she say?
She sent him examples of how Matt
I'm
ties.
sorry,
Oh,
Yeah, she sent pictures of his shoes.
I forgot about that. Oh my God. That's
Yep, she sent pictures of Matt's shoes as examples of how he ties to see if the USB cord was
Yep.
tied the way Matt ties.
wow, ma'am. You are being extra, super extra.
Yep, that's. Oh.
did you send the state examples of how Matt ties?
yes.
Showing the witness what has previously been marked as, or what is being marked as Defendant's Exhibit C.
huh? Okay, that's definitely not it.
Amy,
Here, I'll just send you.
do you
the
recognize
name of it.
these shoes?
No.
If I could hone in, is this one of the pictures that you sent about how Matt ties?
I don't remember.
Well, what did
Yeah,
you
that's
send
it.
the police?
I went to the right spot.
Because nothing's attached.
I sent photos that I saw on Facebook.
Of how Matt ties?
Yeah, I clicked it.
Yeah,
It went
of
to the right
Matt's
spot.
shoes that he was wearing.
Oh, we didn't go to a laptop thing?
And those, how many photographs did you send Detective Grubbs about how Matt ties his shoes?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You would agree, though, since we're being thorough, that the word you use is examples, plural, right?
Correct.
And attached to that is nothing.
On these emails
Yeah.
today, yes.
But your recollection is you sent Detective Grubbs pictures of how Matt ties, right?
Correct.
Because that's important, is not?
Objection, speculation.
Well, that was important to you.
It's true that I sent pictures.
Well, clearly you thought it was important.
Want to go back to the email, and specifically the scope of the questioning on redirect. The paragraph, second full paragraph, page 2,
Reread.
when you were asked about vodka. The
Second
state is so
paragraph,
right.
page
Let's make
2.
sure we have every sentence. It begins in that paragraph, does it not? Emily had shared some of her struggles in her marriage, living with Matt's traumatic brain injury and adjusting after Joey died, period.
Yes.
She said nature therapy was helping,
Yes.
right? And then the sentence, she did not like her husband's use of vodka. And you surmised, Amy, did you not, that it inferred with his thinking?
I wrote it interfered. Yes.
It interfered.
Yes.
That was your conclusion.
Yes.
And I want to be specific because the state's right. Let's be specific. You wrote to Detective Grubbs that Emily told you she did not like her husband's use, U-S-E, right?
Yes.
Not abuse.
Uh,
The word you use is it not?
Correct.
Are you married?
I'm divorced.
In life, when you have had a partner, fair to say, Amy, that we don't always love everything about our partners.
Correct.
Understatement. I'm kidding.
You just mentioned about the searches. And I think Andy, your brother, lives about an hour away in Ohio.
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
You asked about why she didn't come for searches, and she said she didn't have anywhere to stay.
What's the problem?
I'll love that answer.
Your brother, Andy,
You made it
lives about an
relevant,
hour
sir.
away.
Yes.
But about the searches, the fact that you weren't here, you didn't participate in searches on the ground. It doesn't mean just because you weren't participating in searches that you didn't love your sister, does it?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing further.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question you would like to ask this particular
Oh,
witness, you may
I
write
forgot
it
about
down.
this.
And
I
if
know.
you do, pass it to the end.
This
Becky,
is the
our
first time I've seen
reporter,
this, and I
will
was quiet. I was like, no
obtain those
way.
from you.
And they had a lot of questions all the time. It was great.
The first one I watched with it was that Mennonite girl.
Thank you.
There was one when a Mennonite girl got killed, and they had really good questions in that too.
I thought they were hitting hard with their questions in this trial too. I just want to hug him. I feel so bad.
I know. I don't believe for a minute that he had anything to do with her feet, so I feel awful for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, think about it. He didn't really even get to grieve. Because didn't they find her body and then he got arrested right away?
I think so.
And then, so like him finding out, like, oh, wow, this did happen. And then he's just accused. It's like, I couldn't imagine.
I mean, that's totally understandable, but that still doesn't mean that she just came up with that herself, really.
Mm-hmm.
That it was a problem for Emily, something she came up with.
Yeah, she was trying to speculate, like, she was making it, again, it's always what you're being told by the third party. So it's like, you don't really know. She didn't really know.
David would fly. He is. Wow, he's going to town on that juicy fruit.
Oh, Sal.
It was the only gum I could think of offhand.
He's writing away. He doesn't look like he's drawing. Sorry, Sal.
Mhm.
No, that's Jensen who's draws. Yeah. God damn it. I drew
Yeah,
a
I
penis.
I feel like
know.
I know
know.
the other lady from something else. The redhead. Maybe it's from this, but I feel like I've seen her in something else too.
Isn't it funny when you start seeing the same lawyers and all the trials? I
know.
really
When judges too.
Oh, judges too, yeah.
Yeah.
What did you think about this judge? I thought he was pretty good.
It's
I think he's
been
a
while
little
since I've
bit
seen it.
Mr. I'll allow it.
Yeah. I
There-
thought he was,
There's some stuff I think that that's not really
He-
relevant, but he's I'll allow
He
it.
almost granted the directed verdict.
it felt like it. I remember. And then
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes he's like a little too Mr. Happy too.
Yeah.
Like you notice, like he's just like, hey, everybody. Like,
Opposite of Borowski. That would have been so funny if he granted the directed verdict when the prosecutor stormed out right before.
my God, I know.
He should have done it just to be a dick to them.
Yes. I love that part.
Yeah.
I remember I like listened to
This is a sham. I'm not going to
Are
participate.
do you know of the nature of Matt's
Where babies
traumatic
come from?
brain injury?
No.
Okay. The next question is,
Clearly close to your
did
sister.
Emily go through any type of therapy after her husband Mark died?
I do not know.
Okay.
Shocker.
Did she go through any type of therapy after her father died?
Don't say yes because you didn't.
I
You
do
said
not
you
know.
didn't
Okay.
do any of it.
And the final question is, did Emily go through any therapy after her mother died?
I do not know.
Okay. You've seen Exhibit 2, a photo
Some therapist.
of Emily and her husband on Memorial Day. Were those pictures sent by email,
I think so, Shelley.
text, or messenger?
It was just
Yeah,
this
it's,
one.
it's just her because she's a victim.
Oh.
It was posted in Facebook on Emily's page, and I sent it by Facebook Messenger to a chat with Matt and Emily and I.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do these questions raise any questions the state would like to ask this witness? Defense. Okay. Thank you. You may sit down. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Becky.
Yeah, because I think in Ohio
Becky.
to like not be on video or
Yeah.
not. So
Yeah, you can opt out. They did that a lot in the Wagner trial.
yeah, I was so
You can
bad.
opt out of video.
Oh, that's why. So it's an
Yeah.
Ohio thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can opt out of video and audio, or you can just opt out of either one or the other.
Is it only victims or everyone?
Witnesses.
Everybody. They were letting law enforcement officers and everybody.
Yeah, I remember
opt out.
that. I didn't know if it was
Which
just
I
like,
don't really have a problem with like if a witness doesn't like her. Like if
Yeah.
he had actually done, if I felt like then yeah, it's one thing. But if you are paid by the state, if you're a state agent, you should not be able to opt out.
I thought that
I
was
mean,
ridiculous.
okay, maybe not show your face, but like there was that guy in I think Florida who wore a ninja mask or whatever, the cop,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well,
to hide his identity.
yeah, that was whatever.
Just don't have the camera on for freak's sakes.
Mhm.
All right, are we done for the day or?
Yeah, I guess. I don't yeah. Go do dinner.
I know. Well, it's got to be close to your bedtime, Albert.
Smart ass.
You can't
I
go
got another
longer. You can't.
Huh?
You can't go any longer, Sal.
No, I probably can. I just gotta eat soon.
Oh, I can keep
You
going.
wanna
I
go
don't
longer?
care.
Then you can just like pop out and go
Uh-huh.
get something and come back.
Okay.
Okay. Keep
I'll
going.
keep
I'll
playing
listen
it
in the background. If you're okay.
I'm used
then
to I'm used to Sal checking out early,
I know,
yeah. No,
right?
I'm okay right now.
Me too. I'm like, oh yeah, this is the time.
right?
No, you don't have to worry about my bedtime.
Woohoo.
It's the weekend. I can stay up till 6.
Oh, one more.
Yeah, got 6
All right,
minutes.
I think this is probably an appropriate time since I've been advised we're going to have another
throw-
long witness testify for a midday break. So
Throw
we'll take a
the-
break, come back at 1:30, and we'll commence the trial. I'm not, where do they go? They come back up here, or they go down to the third floor? Okay, go to the third floor. You got the drill there, and then we'll bring you on up at 1:30. Remember the court's admonition during the break. Have a good lunch. We'll see you in an hour.
Did I push play? Okay, I never took it off play. Oh my God. Just sit here forever on the green.
Right.
Thank you. Have a seat. State may call the next witness.
State will call Sergeant House's name.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Oh, you might want to change the banner. Oh boy, that's a
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your
Corn-
name and spell your last name for the
country
record, please?
corn-fed boy.
Robert Hollis, Hollis.
And what is your current occupation?
Sergeant with the Division of Police of Westerville.
Okay. What are some of your job duties as a sergeant?
Administrative
Patrol.
duties, supervising officers and patrol.
How long have you been a sergeant at Westerville Police Department?
Sergeant 1 month.
1 month.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations,
Thank
I
you.
suppose.
Thank you.
Maybe I shouldn't congratulate you. I'm not sure. Do you have other law enforcement experience prior to becoming a sergeant?
As a patrolman for 8 years.
Okay. And what were some of your job duties as a patrolman?
Responding to calls, patrol, report taking, things of that nature.
So I'm going to ask you questions about May 25th, 2020. What capacity were you working on or about that time?
I was working second shift patrol at that time.
Okay. What types of training did you have to undergo in order to become a law enforcement officer originally?
You have to complete a state mandate training with OPATA and complete that course and be state certified to be a police officer.
Okay. APATA is the training service for police officers?
Yes, sir.
What types of things did you have to go through, or what types of training did you undergo?
Firearms, driving, report writing, law enforcement, understanding how to apply probable cause and things of that nature.
And once you pass that initial training, do they hand you a badge and a weapon and send you on your way, or is there continuing training?
Yes, sir. There's continuing training. We have an FTO, stands for field training, and that is 16 weeks long before you're on your own.
Okay. And now that you're a sergeant, is there also trainings involved with that?
Yes, sir.
What types of trainings?
Well, mine, so to speak, I've gone to training on day shift, second shift, and third shift, strictly as a supervisor basis, responding to calls as needed, and supervising the officers on the scene.
Okay. So like I said, I'm going to take you back to about May 25th of 2020. Do you recall, were you working in some capacity at that time?
Yes, sir.
And just remind me again, what was your position?
I was second shift patrol.
Okay. And do you recall receiving an initial call on that day, sometime in the late afternoon, early evening?
I do.
Okay. What's your recollection of the nature of that call that you received?
I was dispatched to an address on a report of a missing person.
Okay. Just one moment.
Well, you have to pass the physical requirements to become a cop, but there's no physical requirements to continue being one.
And Sergeant, was it your understanding that the initial call came through from a 911 call?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Your Honor, we have labeled State's Exhibit 5 a 911 call, and I'd ask to publish to the jury in this case.
Any objection? Proceed.
Okay.
What was that?
Fairly. Matt, you said?
My wife, Alan Noble, has been missing all this. Her birth is here, with her ID, her car is here with her car keys, and her phone's here.
Okay.
I don't know what you always, I've been advised to call you. It's very uncharacteristic for her to do this.
Okay. And 46 Abbey Cross Lane is where she's missing from?
Yes.
All right. So you said it's your wife?
All right.
And when's the last time you saw her?
Right, thanks.
How old is she?
She just turned 52.
52?
Do you know how to move captions, Sarah?
Did you guys have any kind of fight or anything? Or
Oh,
what?
you did already.
No.
What?
No, I asked you if you knew how to move captions, and you already did.
Yeah, I was changing that thing because she wasn't on there anymore, and I didn't catch his name. I had to
Oh,
go
fair
do
enough.
something.
Is she going to be pressed?
No, we just had a great day yesterday. It was a day and went out and, so there should be, somewhere there. To, a couple of bars downtown, outside town. I got up this morning, he wasn't there, which is not that normal, but I'm usually come home and, go for walks. It's very unusual for her to not be contacted. And the phone was there, she always had her phone with her.
All right. What's your phone number, Mike?
702-884-1010.
It still blows my mind that the audio from the stuff from Jody's trial, 12 years ago, is so much
Yeah.
better than this that was last year.
Yeah.
All of our things, you're like, are you kidding? Why are things like this so horrible?
Oh.
Well, I think they play the audio in court, and you can kind of make it out, or it's okay, but then it like goes out again over another camera, so it gets really distorted.
Right? It's still, we have the technology. It shouldn't be this bad.
You do, yeah. That's why I want to get the interrogation for Mark Jensen,
Oh yeah.
because I'm hoping it'll be way better than court feed.
There's I'll find it. I'll send it to you. We might have to play it. Another thing from Matt's interrogation.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
Or I
that's
saw-
out there.
Yeah.
I was looking for some stuff with him last night. I saw that.
I'll be right back.
Noble.
N-O-B-L-E?
Yes.
Okay, so did you guys go to bed last night and then you just woke up and you're gone?
I went to bed. I get up in the middle of the night at 8. And actually, I can't tell you exactly the time, but I end up just going to sleep in another room. I don't wake her up. I woke up late today. I came to the end of the morning, which is unusual. And I got up. We were supposed to go to picnic today. But she wasn't here. I didn't know.
Okay. Shelly, friends that maybe with, I would have picked her up or?
I can't see that happening because I don't know what to do with her ID and her phone. That's a little bit private. Her best friend, I just two pictures in my call. I just called her.
Okay, she was her.
She had her phone and she decided to probably she called you.
Okay. Okay, when you woke up in the middle of the night, so she was still there?
I don't know. I think it's so normal, you know.
Okay.
The only normal thing is that I got this morning before there was students normal. If you walk towards the stuff outside, so she just never came back. And then I started looking around, and I noticed that the phone was still there with the cheaper and the car was there. And I didn't was still.
Okay. We have an officer headed up to talk to you or give you a call to see how we want to proceed with this, okay?
Okay.
You're there now, right? 46 Happy Cross Lane? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Bye.
Sergeant, you said then you, after receiving the initial call and being told of the situation, where did you go first?
I responded to the residents first.
Okay, was that 46 Abbey Cross Lane?
Correct.
And is that in Delaware County?
Yes, sir.
Who did you first meet with when you arrived on scene?
Mr. Moore, after knocking on the door.
Okay. So you arrived on scene, knocked on the door.
Yes, sir.
Who answered?
Mr. Moore did.
Okay. And what were your initial interactions with him?
I believe my first question to him was, did you call? Make sure, obviously, the right address. He stepped out of the condo there. Then I noticed someone pulled up in front of the condo, and a female got out, and I asked him, I said, is that your wife? And he says, yes. Then he says, no.
Okay. And did a female then walk up to you as well?
Yes.
Was that later identified to be Celeste Brown?
Correct.
And after having a brief conversation outside, where did you go next?
We went inside Mr. Moore's home so I can continue my questioning about Emily Noble.
Okay. And generally speaking, what were you attempting to elicit at that time?
I'm trying to find out, did she leave because an argument? Did she leave? This is normal for her just to want to be by herself. I'm trying to gather information to lead me to ask additional questions.
Now, I noticed while you're testifying today, it looks like you've got some sort of device in the middle of your chest.
I do. Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is our department issue body-worn camera.
Okay. And would you have been wearing that back on May 25th of 2020 during these interactions?
One similar to this, yes, sir.
Okay. And do the body cameras pick up audio and video and record those conversations?
They do, yes, sir.
Okay. And are they then kept and saved in standard practice by the Westerville Police Department?
Correct, yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review your body-worn camera footage from this incident?
Yes, yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, does it appear to be true and accurate and complete?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd ask to publish State's Exhibit 6, which would be the body-worn camera worn by then Officer Hollis.
Any objection?
No.
Proceed.
Now, Sergeant Hollis, I'm going to let this first little bit play. There does not appear to be sound initially, correct?
Correct.
What are we viewing right here?
I'm inside the cruiser there. My MDT, or I'm sorry, my computer is zoomed in to let me know exactly where the address is that I'm looking for. Getting out of the vehicle, and I'll soon activate my camera.
Now, I picked a bad time to pause that, but in the top right-hand corner, there appears to be a time signature on there. I believe it says 2206 and then 052 or 05Z.
Yes.
Okay. Is that in, I guess, Greenwich Mean Time or Zulu time?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Okay. So would this have been about 6:06 p.m.?
Yes, sir. you doing? My wife's this her? Yeah. That's your wife? Oh. Okay. You look just like her for like a second. I was like, oh my God, there she is. Okay. And more. No, Officer Hollis. Hello. Hi. Celeste. I feel like
She does.
okay, so what's going on? She's
Yes. She looks so much like her.
Like, does everybody see, like, he totally had that reaction? He thought it was her. Like, to me, that, like, me and Farrell have talked about this, but it's so, I feel like it's so genuine.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and do that again. I was looking.
I forgot. Right.
Okay. So, yeah. That's your wife? Oh. Okay. You look just like her for like a second. I was like, oh my God, there she is. Okay. And more. No, Officer Hollis. Hello. Hi. Celeste. I feel like okay, so what's going on? She's uncharacteristically missing. Okay. Her wallet's here. She carries her wallet. I need some money. Her phone's here. Car's in the garage. I've been up since 10, probably. 10 a.m. today? Probably. Guessing about that time. A little bit later than I usually sleep. And
exactly.
I sleep in this room. I get up in the middle of the night sometimes to go to the bathroom. Mm-hmm. And I don't go back in there because I don't know the girls, but I was in this bedroom, second bedroom. When I got up this morning, all I did was look on phone.
No, Sal, she just showed up. It's what, a friend, right?
Yeah. She's just like the friend.
Yeah, she showed up to come help out because Emily was not around, and he walked out and said, "Oh, there she is."
And then
if you thought you were seeing a ghost because you knew it was happening.
Yeah, because if you knew
your reaction would be
you unalive that person, you're not gonna. Why would that even come to
right? And that's, I think his reaction looked so genuine.
Yeah.
My phone and said she was here. So I see her, she's in the other one. And so I got up, I walked around. What made you lost me a little bit? You said you got up, went to the restroom, and you went back to this room? Yeah. And then you looked on your phone to see if she was here? This morning. Last night. Yes. Okay. Because my prostate, I don't know if you're that age. No. I get up in the middle of the night. I pee, it's like back in bed with her. So I wake her up, I just fall asleep on this couch. Did you go to sleep with her prior to that? Okay. Did you call her? I called, she's her best friend, and I just called her like now. I mean, I've been waiting around all day for her to show up. I called her. We were supposed to be at a party today. What time was that? What time was the picnic? She didn't tell me. It was another day we could get some time. She didn't tell me when it was going to start. I was just waiting for her to tell me when we should go. I texted her twice and said, hey, we're going to party. She didn't get back to me. So, okay. I called that guy and I said, what guy? The guy that's at the party. Okay, is this a friend? Do you know this guy? It's an old friend of hers that she just connected with on Facebook. He invited her to a Memorial Day party. Okay. So I texted him and said he hadn't seen all that. Okay. So you got his phone number through Facebook? Is that how you got it? She arranged it. I don't know. I got on her phone and I started looking through her. I'm investigating. I looked through it and I saw it that she had called some guy's number, some number, and I looked it up on Facebook and I saw his face. She had shown me a picture of him. He looked like him. Okay. She's not over. Okay. When was the last time you seen her?
I came over Friday. Spent some time together.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Friday night.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was the last time you seen her talk to her?
She texted me Friday after I got home, and then I texted her yesterday, wish her happy birthday. And,
Yep.
Did she respond?
she responded with a happy birthday, but then we see.
Doesn't matter what you do, they'll think it's
Across the
suspicious.
street there, minutes and 59 seconds. The female that we see here in the camera view, who's that?
I believe her name is Celeste.
Okay. And then again, the individual on the left is Mathew Moore, the defendant.
Correct.
So, yeah, it was yesterday at 6:26 p.m. So last week.
And what did she say?
Well, I just said happy birthday. She's so,
Super an emoji.
emojis.
And that was it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
She forages, she goes for walks, and she picks wild edibles. That's kind of her hobby. She goes around here. It's a real short walk, it's 15 minutes the most. A lot of the time I was like, she's just out doing that.
So is that something you guys do together?
Sometimes.
So you would know where we could look if we need to go that way?
But I mean, yeah, it's public, it's on a bike trail. I mean, I don't know why she would stop there.
The
The bridge over there.
Mhm.
So she just goes on the grass side, and there's a lot of wild plants. And actually, we walked over there last Friday, so I kind of know where it's at. And that's why I came over to walk it and see if something happens to her.
But her not bringing her phones very odd. She's very,
But that's not
she's careful. She's very, very smart, careful person. She does go for walks alone. She's just super careful. We never leave the house without all that stuff.
Well, the only I can think of is she forgot her phone and she went for a walk and something happened to her.
But you haven't seen her since 10 o'clock.
Honestly, definitely, we were together last night. We spent the day, came home, slept together in our bed. I got up, I'm guessing it was early.
Now, Sergeant Hollis, when you're asking Mr. Moore, how did he describe
That they went to bed in her bed, but quickly corrected himself and said our bed.
what types of information are you trying to gather in this moment?
I'm trying to understand if Emily left on her own power or if there's more to the situation that hasn't been presented to me yet.
During these initial encounters in these types of cases or in these types of call outs, are you generally asking a lot of questions, or tell me about that?
Yes. We're trying to ask a specific amount of specific questions to get to what type of missing we're looking for. Are they autistic, suffering from dementia? Are they suicidal? Just those basic baseline questions. What is she wearing? Who are some of her friends? Where could we start looking? So yeah, those are questions that as soon as we arrive on scene, we want to start getting, so I can get the information to other officers as soon as possible.
Okay. Continuing now at 6 minutes and 57 seconds.
Usually I make till like 3 before I have to get up and go to the bathroom. Last night was like, I'm saying 12:31. I got up, went to the bathroom, went into his room, fell back to sleep. Took a while to get back to sleep. And I woke up late, like 10:30, which is unusual. I usually get up around 6. And I got up and she's not here. She's not here.
Okay, you said you guys went to celebrate her birthday?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
We went out to outside the town. It's a spring, a water spring. It's a town about an hour 20 minutes southeast of here, and I can show you on my phone. We collected some water. About halfway back, we stopped and we had a picnic. Collected apples. That was our hobby. We got back in the car, came here. Decided to go down to Uptown. We heard that things were opened up. Went to Cold Lake. Went to Bag else and went to Jimmy Dean's. Came home. Went to sleep.
Okay. There's gonna be another cruiser coming here. If you don't mind talking with him, just give him some information before you go and take off and look at the path for me. That would be very helpful to me. And then I'm going to talk to you inside here, okay? So 50 to 74, how far are you?
I just got a feeling right here when my son died. I was thinking, it's a great fucking year. It's all. This is so long. I'm done. This is not normal.
All right, so.
No, wait for
Okay. Yeah. 50 to 74, if you can make contact with a brown hair female out front for me, get her name information, and just get a little bit more information from her for me. Okay, you guys live here just.
Muted. Hi, Luna.
Hey, Luna.
I don't think it's one bit suspicious that he's like our bed. Like, if he was sleeping in the other room a lot, it would not really feel like his room anymore. Like, and lots of people do that, especially when they have rough stuff going on.
Yes, it's not weird at all. It doesn't mean you did something.
Right. They turned every little thing he did into something to show he was guilty.
Oh, absolutely. It gets worse.
I know. Well, it's laughable about the text messages and how often they say I love you.
My God.
In the text messages.
I wish I knew you back then when I was getting so mad. I'm like, they're working from home.
They're both in the same house every day.
All day, almost all day. Like, you're not going to text somebody that much at all. When you're seeing.
Oh,
God. It was so frustrating.
For sure.
The two of you? Okay. Let's start with, where's her wallet? Is that where she left it when y'all came home? Okay.
Yeah. That was last night. It was on her thing. Picked it up.
Okay. Will you give me your ID, please? Thank you.
Yes, because he was getting up a lot in the night and he didn't want to bother her.
Yeah.
And he was grieving.
Yeah.
50 to 11. Not at this moment, but possibly we need to search some bike trails. 74 is going to get more info for me from the other lady out front. What's the phone number you have for her cell phone?
What's your name?
Hollis. Six one four.
He's eating, Luna.
562 8814. And that is that this phone here? Okay, so that's Apple. Okay. All right, so you said you got up at 10 a.m. and you both went to bed together last night. What time do you think you guys got home after celebrating your birthday?
We went out early, so it wasn't that late. I'm guessing, but it was late when we left the bar.
When you got home?
The son was in 2019. It doesn't say the summer before, so sometime this summer 2019.
I'm guessing that age would be around time. It's probably,
I'm assuming you both were drinking and stuff last night? Okay. Okay. So you came back home. What car did you guys drive back here? The silver car out front? Okay. Does she suffer from any illnesses? Does she have dementia? Has she ever threatened to harm herself? Ever done this before? No. Okay. Is y'all's relationship healthy? Did she never threaten to leave you or anything like that? No? Okay.
no more than any other relationship.
I mean, you guys,
Never physical, never.
Okay.
Just your typical Asian stuff and things.
Okay. Okay. How long you guys been married?
We got married August, 2 August ago. I guess it's either 2 or 3, but I think it's 2.
You don't remember the year?
No. It was either 2 or 3. It's 3 August, 2 August.
Okay. Okay.
That's the one.
Where's your driver's license?
What did he
I
even
think I
write
just
down?
saw get everything spelled correctly for the report.
I said, what
Thank
happened?
you, sir.
I got a big feeling she's gonna pop off, you know? I don't know.
What'd you say, Jamie?
I said, what is he even written down? Did he even
I
write
don't know.
anything?
We're just speaking up phone now. He wrote down, "I love Sal."
Oh, okay.
Well,
Fully to the
oops.
party.
Just got myself.
But I come in and I'm thinking he's like said all these things and he's got like one word on his stupid pad. And I'm like, what is he even documenting?
I can't see whatever. This looks like scribbles on my screen.
Aw, Sal, did you take notes for him? This is a cute chick.
The witness just made eyeballs at me.
Mm-hmm.
You said she's never done this before, right? Her phone, her wallet.
Sergeant, what did Mr. Moore just say there?
That she's never done this before?
Right. Did he just say something along the lines of, I think she's gonna pop up?
He did say that, yes, sir.
Okay.
Everything there.
This is not her fault. This is why I wouldn't be calling it. It's her wallet, her phone, her car, her.
He did.
5 hours, now 6 hours, whatever it's been. So, yeah.
And what time was that supposed to start?
She didn't know. She said that.
Memorial Day party. Do you know where that Memorial Day party was located?
I texted him. I figured out on his phone who was.
And what's the phone number for you, sir?
702
702
884
884 1010. Thank you.
This guy in Lexington, Ohio. And then they go to this. Well, you can somehow get to his Facebook page. And he seemed like just an old friend that they got a hold of. He's married. And I texted him. And I just asked him, I said, hey, have you seen her?
Is he the only person you know that you could reach that would be at that party?
Yeah, I don't. I'm in the area pretty much.
Okay.
The only person that cheated was him as
well. Okay.
And she wouldn't win. But her wallet.
Okay. All right. So I see that the bed was made. Did you do that or she did that?
That is I just noticed that. You're right. I didn't make the bed. She did.
Sergeant Hollis, why did you take note of the bed in that situation?
up until this point, Mr. Moore has expressed to me that they both slept in the bed after going out to celebrate her birthday. That he got up, went to another room in the house to finish sleeping. And I was curious about the bed, kind of trying to get an understanding of what her morning started out. If she started out like a normal day, if that's something that she does all the time, and he was already in another room, that would suggest one thing. Another thing I was thinking was, since the bed was made, that the story may have been that neither one of them slept in that bed that night.
And are you, in this moment, trying to gather as much information as you can in order to try and find Miss Noble?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I stopped the recording at 15:21, and I will continue now.
So she was, I'm guessing, here this morning.
Okay. Where was her cell phone? Was it with her wallet?
Yes.
Okay.
When we go on our trip, when we go on our little walks, we go off this road to the Constantine, take a left, and then take the first right, and it takes you to that bike path. Take a right, and it'll bring you down the county line.
Mm-hmm.
The county line is the bridge.
Right.
Right along that bridge, there's where she likes to go with a lot of yellow stuff. So literally, that's her walk.
Did you go there today looking for her?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I mean, I've been keeping calm.
So, Officer, started at 16:22. Did the defendant just give you an explanation of the walking path that they would typically go on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he indicate whether he had gone to look there at any point during his stay up to this point?
He said he had not.
Okay. Like she's just gonna pop up
How many bathrooms are in this place? And you check them both?
I checked everywhere. I checked the
Enough tacos y burritos.
Does she take any medication or anything
No.
that she needs to take?
nothing. She has something for like having issues every day. It's like orange. Nothing she might handle like
Okay.
she's very healthy. She's super because this house is super clean. She's doesn't do things like this. She's not a drug addict. She doesn't steal. She doesn't lie. She's super bad.
Yeah. Are these the clothes she had on last night or yesterday?
Jean skirt.
I don't know. They're just laying right there.
Yeah, he lost everything. Yeah.
And Diane Menashe is not cheap. She's one of the best lawyers in the country.
What?
I said Diane Menashe is not cheap. She's one of the best lawyers in the country. So what little he had a decent
Yeah,
nest
he had
egg.
decent money before this.
Yeah.
It was from
He
his, I
basically
believe,
retired.
mom when his
Yeah.
mom got a good chunk.
And then he had to pay all this money to hire Diane, who was worth it, of course.
Yeah.
But then like the expert who, well, I guess the state paid for that. And then the expert, they used his finding.
Yeah, I
For
think
the
they still had
tree.
to call him for their own expert after
But they
that.
still,
So,
had to pay him quite a
Yeah.
bit.
He called 911, Shelley, after she wasn't home when they were supposed to be going to their barbecue with their friends. He called and reported that she didn't come home, I guess. He didn't really know what. I think he thought she had gone out for a run or a walk or whatever, but
That could be.
she's a grown adult, so you don't think that anything's wrong until it gets to be a certain amount of time gone.
Well, what, remind me, what time was this? Like,
At 6 o'clock, I think they got there.
okay.
So
'Cause,
he
yeah,
called some.
That's a lot of time. Because if he woke up at what, 10-ish or whatever, 11-ish, and she wasn't there, and he thought, oh, maybe she went out for a walk, and then it's getting to close to, okay, now it's 6 o'clock.
Right.
and all of her stuff is still in the house.
Right. And you're still worried for quite a bit of time before you actually make the decision to call the cops in.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta, nobody really, well, are they even gonna listen to me if I call, if they haven't been gone for 24 hours and things like that? And
It
Yeah,
sounds
I
like
hear that all the time.
he reached out to quite a few friends of hers and was like,
Right.
where is everybody's like, no, nobody saw her. So
right.
I'd be worried.
I don't know if he used his inheritance for her. He lost a lot of money to the state with all this stuff.
I think he said in the interview with Alternate or Dylan, he had basically retired and he had a decent amount of savings, but now he's broke because he used it all to pay for his defense.
Yeah, it pretty much drained everything he had. And to go, he didn't, like then they took everything away and he was fighting it, but he didn't have money to fight it. I remember him saying that. So he just had to let it go.
Ugh. Gross.
Mm-hmm.
This is your first time. No. I don't know what this is.
What's that red thing? Is that a shirt? Okay.
Are closed captioning on?
Okay. Is that a phone or something?
Not the
Oh.
Yeah, I have it on, but it's all up.
That's fine.
This is my supervisor here.
Hey, I just want to touch base with you to see if you need anything.
Yeah, I can talk to you real quick.
Yeah, he's getting some information from her and he's going to check one of the trails.
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to my supervisor real quick. I'll be right back to continue our conversation. He's gonna help start circulating the area you told me about. So just give me just a second, and I also want to contact St. Anne's to see maybe if she's over there. Okay, give me just a second, sir. Thank you.
Sergeant Hollis, from about 18 minutes and 31 seconds on your recording here till about 25 minutes, so roughly 6.5 minutes. Are you speaking with your supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just giving him an update on the situation?
Yes, sir.
Right,
Can you
so
show
I'm
me
gonna
my
fast forward
lunch
a little
break?
bit to about 25 minutes. 2 seconds.
To protect and serve. Donuts.
I'm gonna check the hospital.
That was rude.
Yeah, C-Sweat. He
Can you show me your vehicle?
changes his appearance like
Inside here, this way. We're checking the hospitals now.
Food fairy.
So, do you remember if the door was locked?
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Or did she?
Yes, our doors go open. Usually leave this way.
Okay.
The garage starts off usually all doors. She keeps the keys in the car.
Alright, so her keys are in her car.
Yeah. She's really small. She's 100 pounds, probably like 5'2", so her thing's way up.
Okay.
I checked the trunk.
Baboon.
Oh, no, I
Baboon
understand.
fucking door.
I do.
At the worst case scenario, maybe she did something to herself. But
Do you have any reason why? That's what I'm, you know what I mean?
Be happy, but no.
I hate to think about it.
Okay. Because we're trying to put a timeline together, and that's typically the hardest thing for us to do. Because you last saw her, and you guys went to bed, then you separated from her when you went to the other room. So there's she has a huge head start on us to try to figure out where she could be. So we just called the hospital now. They're checking.
The bed being made, I would probably mean that she left this morning.
Right. So then I will wonder, how did she leave? Did she leave through the garage door, or did she leave through the front door? Yes, ma'am? If you want to go search where we're not, that would be a huge help. Any more help with that can help. Be beneficial. It really could.
Do you know what she does? You ever found that walk?
Well, we went on Friday.
We went around the bike path opening and then we went down the grassy side. And then just.
No worries.
But she didn't take you that sorry.
What did you say?
I said no worries, Food Fairy. She's going to walk the dog.
Oh, okay. I can't hear you over that at all. I can hear you making noise, but that's it.
You can't hear me?
That one.
I can hear. Yeah, when it's playing, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
I can just hear that you're talking. I can't hear what you're saying at all.
Yeah, I'm not saying much.
He's eating a burrito.
Like,
No, I finished my
yeah,
burrito.
lots of guilty people talk. Lots of guilty people talk, but are you really gonna like? He literally like told them where the body ended up being found, because that's where she walked at. Do you think you'd really point them where you put her?
I know. Like, hey, it's over here.
Right? She always walks over on this side.
I don't know what it is. It was just one circle you guys did, though. You didn't go veer off and go somewhere else. There's another park that's on the street up there that plows and globes or a Home Depot. I just think if she went for a walk,
How intoxicated do you think she was when you got home? I mean, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. You know, did she?
She does get drunk, but she wasn't. I've seen her way worse. I mean, she wasn't slurring.
She wasn't slurring. Were you more intoxicated than she was yesterday? You don't think so? Okay.
I gotta check a little longer.
All right, thanks, Paul.
They're gonna check north and south on that trail. I'm gonna get a hold of some.
Okay.
She didn't have her age on her.
So you have medical conditions?
You said a little bit of anxiety, but she doesn't take medicine every day.
She's really.
Is that medicine here?
Sure.
Can you find it for me? I would really like to know what kind it is.
It's called Colombian.
Colombian, okay. Does she see?
She's finding her explosive.
Okay.
Just split it in half.
Does she see a doctor or counselor or
I
anything?
don't know her that part of her life. I don't know any of the doctors. She does. Obviously, someone prescribes it before.
Right. Okay.
How long have you guys been together?
I met her, this is about 4 years ago, I think. And then I moved away, and I came back, I think, 2 years ago. It was 2 Augusts ago, and got married. So I've been here about it'll be 2 years, I think, this summer.
Okay.
And there was a period a year before that I thought for 4 years. That's how long.
Okay. All
So
right.
now I'm usually
How long have you been best friends with her? Were you best friends with her before they were together? Okay.
We met at the pool. I own a condo that I rent on the other side here, and we met at the pool.
Okay.
Like last year, we went to the beach together, and
So pretty close.
yeah.
Okay.
She considers.
Yeah.
Have you ever known her to want to harm herself or? No, not at all. You never saw any signs, never conversations that kind of make you go, huh, you know, nothing like that? Okay.
No, she just knows about 45 people who have passed away tragically.
Right?
Now, she did have a
Yeah.
pin removed out of her ankle last year.
You know, her first husband, her parents,
Brother-in-law.
stepson, mother-in-law, their mother-in-law's parents.
She's the straightest, squarest person I've ever met. She does everything. She's taught me a lot since I've been there. She's really meticulous. She's just, this is uncharacteristic. She would never go somewhere and not tell you.
Yeah, there's no good answer here.
Yeah.
Literally, there's nothing you can say about a hospital will not twist.
Just been like, she's going to show up.
Forgot you can't hear me.
Or she's going for a
He
walk.
was talking over it.
Cars here, maybe someone picked her up, which I don't think I've ever had. I've never had it.
Well, she would have taken her phone. I mean, that's really unusual. And she would have told you that she's.
Oh, Lord. Now we're dealing with taking the phone and where the phone is.
That's what you said you guys were at Wall.
We went to Chipotle. What was the place?
The Coke place.
Oh, I mean, the place where you said it was almost 2 hours away or something like that.
Wait, it says witness here. Female witness is a cutie.
Like spring water.
Okay.
It's pipes. It's a town. I can.
You can show me that? Okay.
Oh wait, no, that's his grocery list. Never mind. Sorry. That's what he's having for dinner.
Sergeant Hollis, I just paused it there at, I believe, 31 minutes and 48 seconds into the recording. And may I approach him? I previously labeled screenshot here, marked States Exhibit 7. Can you take a moment and look at that?
What this freaking honky want me to look at? Looking elsewhere, Lord.
Does that appear to be the same still shot we have on the video right here? 22, 37, 24 Zulu time on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Zulu time.
What did they get?
Going to keep
Wait,
playing
wasn't
here at
that in
31 minutes and 48
Ghostbusters,
seconds.
Zulu? Fucking honkies, grinded out countertops.
Ohio. B-U-T-H-T-E-L. It's very small. It's a very small town. And the spring water place is on the corner of Franklin Street and Marietta.
Go to Safeway, get an 8-piece. Okay, you know what? Yeah. Never mind. I was going somewhere bad, and I did not mean it in the way I was going, and it could have been incredibly offensive, and I did not mean it that way, but I caught myself.
I ordered, each place we went, I ordered food, and I ate it. She's very small.
Okay.
I had too many buildings.
So then,
She doesn't eat.
Look at this honky's refrigerator.
what about her shoes?
Oh, yes, you mentioned her shoes. I just wanted to make sure that
You have what, proofs?
I believe it was one of those pairs.
Look at all these shoes.
Not
Freaking white people.
Would you be able to tell me if any shoes are missing?
No.
You wouldn't be able to tell me that, or no, they're not?
Dude, look how many shoe boxes there are. Do you think this guy knows if a shoe goes missing or not, dude?
I wouldn't
There's
even.
like 40 freaking pairs of shoes in there. And
Would you
even if
notice
there was
if one
like
was
2,
missing?
no guy pays attention to shoes.
You better. God dang it.
I don't. I
Listen.
mean,
I wouldn't
No.
even know.
yeah, I know. You have so many women wouldn't even know if the one went missing
I have like
unless
five.
you wanted to use it for Feet Finder.
I have like 5 pairs of cool tennis shoes I haven't wore yet sitting in my bedroom right now.
Look, I have a pair of New Balances that are 5 years old and another pair that I got to replace them but are too small. So I use my old pair.
Is that all you
Oh,
own?
our 6-inch pumps are gone.
Yeah.
Diane Minasci is all, hot over this. All these shoes.
Yeah.
Those shoes were like 4 inch
Several pairs
heels.
of sneakers. So do you see the clothes that she was wearing last night? What about top?
Sergeant Hollis, you asked about the clothes that Ms. Noble was wearing the night before.
Yes, sir.
And does
It's a
Mr.
little
Moore
sassy
identify
remembers what she
clothing
was
that he
wearing.
believes she was wearing the night before?
He does. He picks up the skirt that he believes she was wearing the night before.
Where were those located?
Inside a walk-in closet?
Okay, so what we're seeing right here,
Yes, sir.
okay, that's not the bathroom, is it?
No, sir.
33 minutes and 37 seconds, I'll continue.
Completely pixie.
You don't know where top is? Okay. So yesterday, you guys were here in the city celebrating a birthday.
We got up. I don't know what time it was, but it was early. It was early because we ended up on my dad's garden there. I'd say at the time we got there. We drove all the way out to Bush,
Both school, both should
Both filled up with some water jugs, which took 10 minutes. And we got right up back on the road. Halfway through, we stopped at a rest stop. We had lunch, picnic type thing, did some collecting, some water fools, got back in the car, came home. It was, we went right to my father's. And there, my father was there, and he had some friends over, a couple. We gardened, they had a guitar. We were probably there 4 hours, maybe. Okay. And left at 4. So we came home, washed up. So we were out early. That for us, that's early. Okay. 5 o'clock,
Right.
5:30, whatever it was.
Right.
That's when we went downtown. I can't tell you exactly when we came back.
Okay.
Those 3 places.
Coldplay,
Jimmy
Reed.
Okay.
Okay.
Met some people, talked to some people. You know, the bartender.
Okay.
We came home, and I could have swore it was probably still light out. So I don't know if it is. It's still like 8. I don't think they're down like that one.
Okay.
I had those receipts and stuff or whatever. And we went to bed, and we slept, and just like normal. I got up. It was early because earlier than I usually get up to go pee with my prostate. Every night I looked at the clock and it was late. It was earlier than normal. It was like 12:30, 1 o'clock maybe. And I'm like, okay, go went into this room here. And fell asleep on the couch. It took a while for me to get back to sleep because I woke up later. Usually I can get back to sleep within an hour, and then I'll get up at like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. I woke up, I think around 10:30. I looked on my phone, I looked for her to see where her phone was. I got a search to see if she was here. And said she.
Pausing here at 36 minutes and 16 seconds, Sergeant. You walked through basically the entirety of the condo on that day, correct?
Yes.
You agree with me, it's probably close to 800, 900 square feet?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Approximately. Yes, sir.
Would you describe it as small, big? That's fine, I'll withdraw.
I lied there for a little bit, Facebooking, made some texts probably, and eventually I came out. That's what it was. She wasn't here. I said, well, okay, let's just maybe. And I started discovering things.
Maybe a townhouse, Mads.
There's your wallet. There's her wallet. On the car. There's your car. Well, maybe she went for a walk. Hours went by until I just got to the point where I was just like, I got a phone call. This is so strange. That's pretty much time-wise. I mean, how that time up. I'm nervous.
So when you got up, you didn't use the bathroom in the bedroom. You used this one here.
I did the same thing. I get up.
Okay. Is this like your main cave or?
No. I call it that. Yeah, it's my room, right?
Your relaxation room, so.
Okay. It's the message from the hospital. Yeah, it's a routine that we get into because I wake her up and I don't want to disturb her, so I just come here and crash out. Okay. And I didn't hear her leave. I text her at 11 something and asked her, are we still going to that party? Yeah, it was 11:54. I asked if we were still going to go to the party. It was 3 o'clock, and I texted her and I said, I guess I'm not home. She said, she didn't return the phone call. So even at that point, I didn't know what her phone was. I thought she had a phone. So it was after 3 that I discovered that she had.
All right.
Suicide, man, I don't know. My son committed suicide.
Your son committed suicide? Did she know?
Sergeant House, before Mr. Moore says, suicide, man, I don't know, what's the nature of your conversation at that time?
We weren't speaking about suicide. I was still gathering information about her possible daily routine. I didn't ask him any questions about anything at that time.
And were you still gathering information so that you could search for Miss Noble?
Yes, sir.
Starting again at 38 minutes and 31 seconds.
Oh.
I think my son has schizophrenia. He got it. He's awesome. He's got horrible disease. He does worst thing you could ever imagine having. It's schizophrenia. She wasn't a schizophrenia. That wasn't. She wasn't. You know what I mean? So,
Does she have kids? Okay. Does she have a job?
she does work in the department of Medicare. She works from home now.
She works, she's been working from home, so is she expected to work tomorrow? Okay. Okay.
Your son is gone, and they find that he's unalived himself. Now your wife is gone. Why would you not go there?
Yeah.
Why is it weird? Why is it weird that he brought up that, especially right, like Mass just said, they implied it by asking about depression in her and stuff.
Yeah, maybe like
you're gonna go there.
Realize like, okay, maybe it's a possibility.
Right. If you get to the point where you feel you have to call the police in to help you, you're gonna go there.
Yeah.
All right. I searched this house up and down. I went up and got it. The attic door.
Exactly.
She couldn't walk up in there and pull it up. She not doing it. I don't.
He's like, I've been down this road before.
Also got place of times, but now.
All right, and you don't have an alarm system on your house? Okay. Is camera system? Any camera system or anything? So we still don't know what door she left out of?
Yeah, I would guess it would usually be
Through the garage door? Then she would have to put the code in and put the door back down.
just push it from the inside, it opens, and then you push it, just close.
Oh, really? Okay, you have to put a code to put it back down. Okay.
Right. Thought I nailed him right there. Why would a woman who's going to self-delete herself close the garage?
We just don't know why she left her stuff behind. And she no history mixed with illness or anything.
That's very true, Mads.
Okay, like any other crazy chick. I don't. She's so practiced.
Yep.
She's so everything's on. She goes on farms. She always.
Do you guys own any firearms?
I do.
Have you checked to see if it's still here? You did check, or you know it's here?
It's here.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let me go out to my cruiser, make some more phone calls, and
So this was 2 months into COVID.
yeah, if you could do me a favor, try and get back in touch with that guy who's having a cookout.
What
Or
was this? May?
try to see if you can look
May
into her Facebook,
25th of
'cause I won't be
2020.
here if we contact that guy. See if she's made any other.
I've done a little bit of that already. And I mean, if you want to-
Why isn't he wearing a mask? Guilty.
What did you find? Like, has any new things been posted? Was a lot of friends saying happy birthday?
Yes, a lot of friends saying happy birthday to regular true people. We don't have a lot. She doesn't have a ton of friends. The only new thing that is this guy that is part of.
And what's his name?
I will find that out.
Okay.
I'm not streaming this. Let's go. Call. Message. He should be somewhere.
I bet a lot. I bet the rates went up like crazy.
You calling from your phone or her phone?
I thought I did it from her phone. So there I go.
Can you pause it? I remember there was a story, and at the time I thought, wow, what an idiot. There's like a 20-year-old girl who unalived herself in April of 2020 because of the lockdowns. And she hadn't been out with her friends for like 3 weeks. And at the time, I thought, oh, why would she do that? It's dumb. But then she was like one of the first. And then it kept going on and on and on and on.
It got really bad.
And people gained weight, they started drinking, and
Like there were lots of divorces and everything.
yeah. And so it's just
This article says the U.S. experienced the highest ever combined rates of death due to alcohol, drugs, and self-deletion during.
But hey, slow the spread.
It was a 20% increase for 2020.
And
Not shocked.
how many
Yeah.
people? So people were unalived because of the psychological effects of being locked down.
Right.
So, did it really save more lives? It seems like it probably ended up hurting more people. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This might lead down something that'll get me.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Carry on.
Even
My
3
wayward son.
years later, oh.
I'm sorry.
I would love to have this conversation with you in the back room.
Yeah, Shenny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep looking for that. Do that for me, and I'll be right back. Okay. Thank you.
It's my lunch break.
Where are her house keys?
You got any donuts?
Were they in her? So she doesn't have house keys at all? I'm sure she would have house keys somewhere. Okay. Oh. Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
Sergeant House, from about 43 minutes and 30 seconds here on the video, I stopped at about 43:25. Do you go back to your cruiser at that point?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you're getting additional information, giving out information?
Correct. Yes, sir. Checking hospitals and
I had
things
enough
of
of
that
these
nature.
honkies.
Also, the guys that were searching the trail, I wanted to make contact with them and see if they were able to locate Emily at all.
During this time period, where is your cruiser located?
In front of Mr. Moore's home.
Okay. Other than you being in front of the home and Mr. Moore being in the house, were other people coming and going inside the house?
No, sir.
Okay, so just the two of you were there?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to fast forward to about 1:15:09. And is this when you walk back up to the residence to talk to Mr. Moore again?
It looks like that. Yes, sir.
All right. So we found a little bit of information. We still don't know where she is yet. Okay. Your neighbor saw her in the garage about between 9 and 10 a.m. this morning. Said she was just standing in the garage. When he was leaving, he saw her. She was just standing there. He said hello. She said hello. This morning. Yeah, around 9, 10 o'clock. He went about his business. 51. Okay. So we know somewhere around. Okay. So my question to you is,
Sergeant Hollis stopping at about 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 49 seconds. Up to this point, what was Mr. Moore saying in terms of when he believed Emily disappeared?
Sometime before he got up at 10 a.m.
Okay. So the information you just gave him, was that new information or was that different information?
No, sir. It wasn't new information at all.
Okay. So based on his initial statement to you, the information you just gave him didn't change anything?
Correct.
Had contact with her not too long ago. The date escapes me, I'm sorry. Where she was very intoxicated in the middle of State Street.
Hey,
We had contact with her within the last 2 years, where she was very intoxicated in the middle of State Street, or
Yes, daycare. Where we picked her up and brought her here. Where, do you know the name of Timothy Durbin?
I'm on board with that.
Then you don't know that name? Well, he said he would take care of her. Okay.
Let's go fill up skate parks with sand.
So we're sending cars to his address to see if she's there. Timothy Durbin, he lives in Genoa, not too far from here.
How long ago was this?
This was a few years ago. Yeah, this wasn't recent. I want to say it was either 17 or 19. I don't know. Okay. Okay. So.
And Sergeant Hollis, or was it later determined that incident you were just describing was on July 1st of 2017?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Starting again here at 1 hour, 16 minutes and 55 seconds.
So what we're doing now, we know we started this morning. Now we're checking his address up here. And we also are going to Boyer Park.
Yes.
Okay. Boyer Park. All right. So we're checking that avenue as well. So that's what I was in my car working on. I believe she told us. Celeste. I believe she gave us that information. So we looked it up and go, okay, that's some place we need to go check. I understand. I know that's hard for you, but
it's really great that it was 10:30 this morning.
Between 9 and 10.
It was all night in school. She
Yeah.
got up, she was sober.
Yeah.
She wasn't like, I'm sure she's
okay. Okay. So yeah, she's not in any hospital.
Did he see her leave?
No, he just said he left. She was standing in the garage with the door open.
Yeah, she's always guarded.
Okay, so
Yeah, the neighbor.
between 9 and 10. And she left. Okay.
Well, does that sound like a news sort of kind? What can happen to someone at 10 o'clock in Westerville?
That part I don't know. And the part that we try to figure out is there are two things we try to figure out when someone's reported missing. Did they do it on purpose or did someone take them? And that's what we always try to do. I don't care if it's a kid.
That's why it's 10 in the morning.
That someone took her?
Yeah.
Very, very low. Very low. But like I said, you know your wife, but we don't know her. If I don't know if she was deep in thought, I don't know if she was upset about something, but you understand something doesn't make sense if she is squared away like I see her to be, and she leaves without her phone, her keys, her ID,
Thank
money,
you, Food Fairy.
she
I
just-
may take you up on that.
But not at 10 in the morning. Yeah.
She wouldn't have started.
Right. And
I'm sure she
okay, I figure, okay.
I'm almost positive. Unless, just the,
From what Celeste tells us, she said you're the love of her life. You guys have a very good relationship. So yeah, let us do some more digging. And see what we can do, okay?
I'll stay here. I'll just stay here.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'll be out here in front of your house for a little bit. Oh, absolutely. I'll definitely give you that before I leave, and then I'll go over the options of what my report's going to say, and things of that nature. But I'm still waiting to hear back from Genoa from up there. If he's a friend, maybe she's not with him, but maybe he knows where she may be. You know what I mean? So, well, I'll definitely if I hear anything, I'll let you know. Okay.
Pausing here, Sergeant Hollis at 1 hour, 20 minutes and 11 seconds on the video. Do you again return to your cruiser?
Yes, sir.
And what are you doing during that time period?
I'm making contact with Genoa Township to see if they make contact with Mr. Durbin, I believe his name was. And he said he had not seen or heard from Emily.
Okay. Are you also documenting and catching up on information as well?
Yes, sir. Adding her to the call as well as Mr. Moore, seeing any more contacts we may have had with either one of them.
Matthew,
and
at one point in this trial, Matthew grabs
I had
those
units
boxes
going
and
out to
built a
Boyer
fort.
Park which is it's a large area. So they were out searching that part right there.
So again, is your cruiser located
And it
in
just
the
goes-
same place you testified to earlier?
Yes, sir. It hasn't moved.
Okay. Other than yourself and Mr. Moore, are there other people coming and going inside the house?
No, sir.
Okay. Just the two of you again?
Yes, sir.
Going forward to 207, roughly 42.
He's over here. Thank you. Did you get a hold of any friends or anyone?
Yeah, I got a older sister and she's calling.
Her sister? Where's her sister live?
Maryland.
Oh, so far away.
But she knows her friends via Facebook.
Okay, cool.
I thought it would be bad. I don't want to call her friends. Like, just make everybody worried. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, calling you just seems to be like the place is going to be freaked out. I do have one more phone call. I got a cousin.
Okay, so he probably didn't have the sister's number in his phone.
Okay.
So he had to use her phone to call her,
They wouldn't allow her not to call me.
What I thought.
which would explain why he used her phone. Okay.
There's no way that they would just let her reduce.
Right.
He was also
Yep.
using text like her friends and stuff.
Is there any other place
Okay,
you like
that
to
makes
go
sense.
to?
He didn't have it.
Yeah, I was wondering why he was using her
That was our
phone.
car. Okay.
She walks. She goes to like if there's a path or a place to walk.
Mhm.
I'm like I've only been here for a couple years.
Okay. Where are you from?
Las Vegas.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. And I also noticed, are you guys legally married? Okay. I just know the last names were different. Just no, that's okay. I was just curious. You did ask about the card. I wanted to give that to you before I forgot. That's all my information on the front. That's the report number on the back. Okay. So right now, what I'm going to do is get with radio, and we're going to send out we have.
Oh, wait, that's the barbecue restaurant I like to go to on lunch. Can I get that back?
Easy to understand as possible.
Here's my card.
This law enforcement database goes to every police department in the state of Ohio. I'm going to attach a note to her OL. Says, hey, if you come in contact with this person, we need to make contact with her. Get with us. Oh, we have everything. Yes, sir, we have everything. So that's the next step, and as well as the report. You just keep doing what you've been doing. Trying to get in touch with as many people as possible. Yeah, because at this point now, you got to call as many people as you can. Because now we're at the point, it just doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Now, for someone to be gone that long, how about 7 years?
I mean, she wasn't really gone that
Oh,
long.
yeah.
I don't like that.
I'm going to say that most people
Mm-hmm. Most people, it's really weird. Most people will disappear, do the same thing, leave all their stuff, and they just need a break. They just go somewhere. You don't hear from them for a few days, and then we'll get information. Hey, I just needed a break. It is more common.
What do? They just like walk somewhere?
So most of the time they drive. Most of the time they get in their car and they just go. But yeah, it's honest to goodness, it's not uncommon for people to do that. So if you guys went out and had a wonderful time, sounds like you guys are happily married, you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary with their moods or anything like that, I don't have any more information. If only the information we're going to get is going to come strictly from you now.
Right.
So we can check.
I don't want to screw things up.
What do you mean?
Really bad time and dates, and I'm just not not good at that shit. I just don't want to like give you wrong information.
You know, it doesn't sound like you could.
I screw things up a lot.
No, you know you were with her yesterday. We just don't know if she left last night or this morning. That's the only thing we don't know.
Well, they do know because the
You know,
neighbor
we
saw
don't know
her.
how much of a head start she has. Is there all the bikes in there? Did she take a bike?
The bikes are
Okay, all the bikes are there? Okay.
It's literally like you can. And it's just not her.
Or someone came and picked her up.
Someone came and picked her up and would think it would be on.
That's what I was gonna say.
I'm not into, I don't know. I'm so much shit's running through my head right now.
Right.
Let me show you one thing.
Okay.
It's just because I'm crazy.
No, show me.
This thing here, I don't know. This thing here.
Oh, this was like killed him too.
Yeah. Oh, they.
Yeah.
Yeah, they make
What?
such a big deal about this.
They're at 2
What?
hours, 13 minutes, 19.
The cord.
Or just say this didn't belong
Oh.
here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then you
Is that where the
area in
USB
back
cord
of the
was?
garage,
Yes.
and that's the area we can see on your body camera here.
Yes, sir.
No, there's an extension cord there, I think, or something.
Oh,
Night Kershaw.
You'll see.
Sergeant Hollis, just going to have you now look at what's been labeled States Exhibit 8. Can you take a moment to look at that? Does that appear to be a screenshot of what we have on the screen here?
It is.
Okay, and on your body cam, that would show 00185.
Ooh, look at him. He's like,
Yes,
Oh
sir.
man.
Both those screenshots we've talked about, they appear to be true.
yeah. I really want to know like the interactions between
Yes,
him
sir.
and
You already
Diane.
said your body cam is true and
Right.
accurate based on your review.
Correct.
getting her on would be fire.
Oh God, if only. She's only done like
Uh,
2 interviews, I think.
right?
Starting here at
oh
2
my God.
hours, 13 minutes, and 19 seconds.
But none of them are simp like you are.
I need to reach back out to Natalie Wisco. He said she'd be on sometime too.
I love
Now,
her.
can she reach that?
I know.
She's very short.
Millibite Wisco.
I would hate to think, I don't know, man. It's just weird that it's here.
See?
And I don't know if there's more than one thing out here. We inherited this house from our mother.
Right.
They're all our mother's stuff.
Okay.
I don't really know too much about it. I would just, why is this here?
And her mom passed away and out of a car crash, correct? Okay.
I don't,
He cut the brake line.
all I know, this is, we went to that spring and filled it up. The spring water.
That's the spring water.
I got home.
Your phone rang.
I just brought it home
Getting
over there.
out to try and see what she could use.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know why she wouldn't use the extension cord though.
Yeah. But he pointed it out and now
Yeah.
that, oh, look at you, you knew. You did it.
Yeah.
These time periods
He's-
we're talking about, again, is anybody else coming and going from the house?
No, sir.
Mine's full of
Just
aluminum
yourself
cans I need to
and
take to the recycle.
Starting again.
Oh, you know what I mean? I don't know why I
No.
would say that, man.
It's okay. It's all right.
Okay, all right. I'm talking to the police right now, sorry.
What she said?
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know what I mean?
Have you noticed anything else missing?
No.
I mean, out of place?
No. Everything is so in place.
Right.
Why would that be there? That, someone did that. I didn't do it. And a lot of people get things wrong. You know?
That garage is like fantastically clean.
It is.
And they make a big deal out of him noticing that something is not where it belongs. It is that, are there cords in, like,
USB.
I love how they
Or
make
not,
a big, yeah, there's,
yeah. His garage is
Is it-
clean. He's guilty.
was it a USB or was it
Micro
like an old
USB.
printer cable? Was it? Okay.
No, it's
I thought
micro
for some
USB.
reason like it was an old printer cable,
Mm-mm.
like the squared ones.
Yeah. No, it was micro USB.
It makes
I was like,
absolute
whoa.
sense to me that he noticed something was off.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's extra sensitive to that because of the tragedy he's had in his life too.
Right.
Like,
Oh.
Yeah,
Yes.
his son was the
because his
hanging.
son did it that way. So of course he would pay attention to the cords.
yeah.
And if one's missing, he'd be freaking out.
Right.
Honestly,
There's reasonable
you have to
explanations
put-
to everything.
Yes, you have to put everything that he's doing in context of his life,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
this has been his life and it's been awful.
Yeah. A reasonable person hasn't gone through this stuff.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
a normal person whose life you judge it against.
Right.
I mean, don't they just get things wrong? I don't know. But I'm telling you, I'm positive this was here and it wasn't there.
Well, you guys put the thing there.
Here yesterday, I collected 3 bottles, put them in the fridge to keep them cold, kept the rest out here, and that's all. Maybe at some point she took it and put it there for some weird reason, maybe, but I'm just telling you that this was not. She wouldn't do that because she puts everything right back to where it's supposed to be. Everything here is just the thought.
Yeah.
Just being here is
Exhibit
weird.
100.
She wouldn't even like that. I didn't anywhere to put it, so I just put it here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's super methodical. She's like, look at everything's like in its place. The tools are all perfect.
So all this was like this when you got here.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Officer,
I'll be back.
Sergeant House, here at 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 14 seconds. What was the defendant's response to asking him whether all that had been there and been like that?
He said yes.
Okay. And did he describe you earlier if he had moved anything around?
No, he did not.
Okay. And the only thing he identified to you at this point was that orange extension cord?
Yes, sir.
this is not a toolbox.
Right, but this is her lifestyle. This is her. Everything has a place.
Yes. That's how methodical she is about everything. These are the shoes she was wearing last night. You know,
When y'all went out to celebrate her birthday.
That's right. And for these not to be like this, to me means that there were shoes here. You know what I mean?
I know what you
I'm
mean.
going out. I mean,
No, you're making sense. You're making perfect sense.
there were shoes probably here that she's wearing. And I'm guessing that there were sneakers like this. Those were definitely the shoes she wore last night. Why she left them out here last night? Walking around, she doesn't want to track stuff in. Usually she would take them and bring them somewhere. Maybe she wouldn't leave them there. It's very, very odd. And that is super odd. I think. I don't want to like you know, like initiate with us. She's into these are herbs.
What kind of herbs? Like cooking herbs or
Yeah,
okay.
They're wild forageables. They're called. Just they're weeds that they don't spray with lawn weed on.
Yeah, yeah.
And what you do is you dry them out and you use them as in soups. You make teas out of them.
I noticed her purse.
They make a big deal out of it and say that he's like setting the scene or whatever. Like he wants them to find her so that they'll see that it was an unaliving and da 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 da.
What about credit cards?
Yeah.
Does she? I noticed that the purse you showed me didn't have credit; it just had her ID. So does she have credit cards with her? Then maybe if she's using them, we can call the credit card company and see.
Not yet. She
Are there?
I'd be guessing last night she just brought this. I think she might have just brought this with her. You know,
Okay, are there credit cards in there?
Just kept. Oh, wait.
What's that beeping noise?
That's my phone.
Oh, okay.
See, now that I made that phone call, they're gonna be like, yeah.
Those are the only two.
Yeah, and the ones that now, okay, does she carry more than just these? I would guess.
Okay.
And she never, if she had somewhere to go, she wouldn't not take that.
Right. Which side of the bed does she sleep on? Few.
On the right.
She always sleeps on the right.
Another thing, if she would have made this bed, she would have fixed the pillows. straight and pull. They're like this. That to me means that we were in here, maybe sleeping just on top, or you know what I mean? And I just don't know. It's not normal. Not normal. When she goes to make a bed, she fixes the pillows.
Well, you said you were sleeping in the bed last night, right?
And we were drinking, and I'm not as foggy, but I remember getting up when I had to go pee. I went out and I looked right at the clock, so I always do the same thing. See the time to figure out like how much more time I got to wait.
Right.
And on my phone, I was sitting there, just flipped through my phone. And I made like three texts to friends in the middle of the night. So I was just in the other room between the times of like 2 in the morning and 4 in the morning. And I think I probably fell back to about 5. And that's why I slept till 11. Look around, brother.
Does she take vitamins?
Occasionally. I'm the vitamin guy.
All right, there's a salt vitamin there.
Yeah, she does occasionally take. She's very into all.
Which one of these books was the last one she was reading? You pick them up and open them up for me. That's just a bookmark. Okay.
iPad. I tried to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you turn that on?
I didn't know how to do it.
Oh, so she was last playing the game? Or did this just what popped up?
I wouldn't know how to search it. Her phone is. I kind of got a timeline. There's really nothing that she did.
Okay.
After, I don't know how to show you.
Does this open?
Her mother lives.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, okay.
No.
I was gonna say no. It was like what, 6?
They got the dash cam or the body cam. It was, well, it should say, I can't read that. What time is it now? I don't know. They got there at like 6 o'clock in the evening, so he had to have called sometime in the 5 o'clock hour.
Yeah, he woke up like around 10 or 11, and she wasn't there.
Everything is in its place. Every single thing is in order. Do you guys have a computer?
Not that, no. I have a personal computer that she doesn't use. She just uses her phone.
Her phone?
And for work, she's got she works from home. She's got a little tablet.
When's the last time you checked your email? Yeah, check your email. Would that be the same email on your computer? You don't have one email every day?
This one, I just cleaned it too, so
okay.
There's nothing here.
Oh, Salbert, you're in the doghouse.
Uh-oh.
That is not the doghouse I want to be in.
Not with Shelly.
I wonder if she sent you anything.
Right.
The only one she knows I have is the wife.
Okay. Okay.
If she was to hurt herself, like if there was something along those lines, do they try to hide it? Do they go like a long ways away or something? Or
It depends. Everyone's different. Sometimes it depends on the reason why they want to hurt themselves.
she was at like my son had gone at Boyer.
I know. I forgot to hit the button.
Yeah. Yeah, we searched that park. We searched Hawkwoods.
Do you know if you go down Conley Road to take a left after the bridge, you go all the way down it, that's where the Home Depot is. You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? So take a left right there, there's a park, to the right there's a pond, and a park with tennis courts.
Okay.
And you can walk around it, and there's a patch of, we will do that walk.
Do y'all do that walk? Okay.
You can get there from here too, like you walk this way, you go over the bridge path.
Right.
Over that into this neighborhood, so that way.
Yeah.
And you come up to a road that goes down into it, you push a button, and you walk across it, traffic stops. And then you go to the park, we walk that park, so it's really small.
You said Home Depot. Home Depot's off of Maxtown.
Yeah, Polaris turns into Maxtown.
Right.
So it's down here and take, go past the bridge.
Yeah, past the bridge. Right.
Take your first left.
I think the problem is they don't have a lot of natural.
On the right.
It doesn't look
Okay.
that.
And you're just going to walk that to the house.
Okay.
You can get there from here.
I see. I understand what you're talking now.
But it's so small. I mean, if she did go there.
And there are a lot of
herself. There's no what they would find.
Yeah, there are a lot of people out today for the holiday. You don't have any enemies or anything?
Yeah, we're so laid back now. Okay. You know what I mean? I don't even know anybody really organized. I came here and we got married and I had my son. He was sick and we had a rough go, but it was that I didn't have any time to like hang out. I have a father that lives in Brooklyn and we go over there. I literally don't have really any friends here. I got a cousin who's not right on the road. She doesn't have any enemies at all.
And her only closest family is her sister lives in Maryland?
Her brother who lives somewhere around here. They don't talk.
They don't talk?
It's been weird because this coronavirus thing. I hear like different engines and stuff. I don't know. It's paranoid.
What do you mean by different engines?
Like guys will drive by and rev the engines. Pennies or something.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's so quiet. You see, and when you see people like that don't live in here,
Yeah. Right.
It's really quiet. It's really super quiet. I don't have any. Besides, there is a bit of tension with with people, the engines, but it's just what's going on.
Right.
I'm not at all intimidated by walking around this neighborhood. It's just everybody here seeing it. I just don't know.
What did her sister say?
She said she's going to call her friends for me because she's Facebook friends with all her girlfriends. She's just going to start calling them. But I can't. She wouldn't go somewhere and be like, listen, I want to get away. And her friends, well, maybe a friend that doesn't know me very well. I've been so much because my son just died a lot.
Yeah.
I haven't been here yet. Wow. Be worried about this.
Right.
It's not her style. She's not like that. She knows she would know how we're doing. Well, let me call her There is a chance it hurt, you know, like going somewhere. But I just knew you would. Oh, that was spirit. Right? I mean, people do that. People do that. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you also just let them be here. No, don't. Yeah. I need to get away. I guess maybe that. Let me. I need to read that report.
Does she ever go over to Hoover at all?
Yes.
A lot, or
no?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. She goes up to, well, because the weather is broken. You know what I mean? So,
She's a real thing.
she'll go up to the one that's up north. You get on Africa.
Mhm.
Go up. What's that?
Thank you. Somebody.
The boat launch. It's a boat launch.
Yeah.
I have not seen this. That sounds like a watch party.
It's so. Oh, she's the worst. She does a lot of
But
crazy.
yeah, we go. There's trails
There.
all around.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Let me take a walk.
I'm gonna find it.
Okay, I mean, she said in the car. And she,
Do they bathe in the same bathtub water, Jamie?
She reuses like.
So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna go up to that part you just told me.
I'm finding it right now. I said she like cooks her. She runs the dishwasher as she cooks her lasagna in the dishwasher. Also, she like reuses like. I know she reuses.
She's never cleaned her dishwasher out then.
She makes her boyfriend turn the TV off during commercials to like save money, and they have the one light bulb they move around to room to room. I have to find her. She's a nutcase.
I didn't catch his name, so I just made up my own.
Did you?
Did you see it on the ticker?
No.
Here it comes.
Where is it?
It's after my Cash App.
That's perfect.
I don't know what his name is. It's Officer Twinkie now.
I didn't catch it either.
Yes, that's so gross. Like, how
Please
could
don't
you ever
bring that up. I'm
clean-
making lasagna tomorrow.
Oh, you were.
Well, she like
Yes.
wraps it and everything, with the foil and all that, and the heat from the dishwasher is perfect.
Oh,
Why are we
okay,
talking
that
about
was still
lasagna?
gross.
'Cause
We have something to watch party now. Some lady that moves the light bulb from one room to the next.
The little cheapskate lady. I'm gonna watch
Okay, I
party.
feel like I have to do chili instead of lasagna now.
Are you gonna cook your chili in your dishwasher?
Yeah.
No.
Because he's not a psychopath.
Wait, that's a thing?
No, we're laughing about his lamps, how he has no lamps, and
Oh.
There's
and
like
he
no light.
one around. And I said, "There's a Cheapskates episode. You know that show Cheapskates on like TLC?"
I think
Never
so.
seen it.
Oh, you've never seen it? Oh my god! These
No.
people do like stupid, crazy stuff just to save like $1, and it's so stupid. And this lady, like, she only had like one light bulb in her house, and she'd like move it from room to room to save money, and then make him turn the TV off at commercials and shit like that.
There you go, Sal. You can cook your chili in the dryer.
Yeah, there you
Oh, that's a good idea. Wait. I'd have to make sure it isn't spinning.
Well,
But other than
that's
that,
what
it could
they
work.
do.
Well, I'd have to like disable the spin.
Your appetite.
Oh,
It's a no spin zone.
I gotcha.
Atlanta.
That's like a 20-year-old reference.
Around up there and then get the report complete.
They'll arrive at
If you
no spin
hear
zone.
anything, the neighbors are checking.
That's
They're
where
talking
my-
to each other. And I'm going to do that more or less.
That's where my love of the word opine came from, actually.
Really?
Yep.
The OG before Tucker.
Yep.
Put her into leads that's missing. So if any law enforcement comes in contact with her, they'll know we're looking for her. And yeah, if you hear anything or anything like that, give us a call, okay? Obviously, if I know, find anything out of somebody, I'll contact you or somebody will.
I just stay here. Yeah, my cousin says she.
Your cousin said he doesn't.
Was it Baker?
Okay.
I'm just like worried.
That's how we can get Baker here next time.
I honestly would.
Yeah.
Because you may just find that one person and say, hey, yeah, I saw her 2 hours ago. You know, then that gives us more information. Okay?
You gotta just hear on calling her friend from girlfriend.
Okay.
I really don't know too many other people.
Okay.
There's Facebook and she knows like 200 people in town.
Wow. Okay.
Literally, she's been here all life. She graduated from Westerville.
Okay.
So, I mean, you want me down on Facebook today? I was missing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at this point, it wouldn't hurt. All right. If something looks like, hey, someone might have seen her today or something like that, give us a call back. Okay. 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 And I'll go up to this park here. Okay. Yes, sir. If you need anything else, you got all my information. Okay. All right.
Sounds like Officer Mackey.
Sergeant
Park.
Hollis, after you left,
Hollis.
the
Drugs are bad.
residents were
Okay.
taken to-
Officer, he's
I
a
went to the
sergeant.
park
Trouble.
that
Sorry.
he described to me behind Home Depot north of Maxtown Road.
Yeah, not
Okay.
Officer.
during this
Sergeant.
time period before you left, were there other people coming and going, or was it just
Change
you
the
and?
It was
description.
just me and Mr. Moore.
Okay. Other than what
The
we've
woman
seen
is
today,
key.
did you have other parts of your investigation? Did you interview any other individuals?
I did. I interviewed a bartender at Old Bag of Nails and made contact with her. I don't recall how long after this video had been taken.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions at this time. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think we'll take it. Is it okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Let's take a 10-minute break.
You're on cross now?
I know we're keeping him up extra late.
No, I'm okay. I'm
what
just
we're doing?
approaching I'm just approaching the kind of sleepy but drunk phase. So I can just power through that and just keep going.
Hey,
Okay. Let me.
I'm just.
I have not said one racial slur about the officer. I said racial slurs pretending to be him about Matt. No fucking honky. No fucking white boys in the house. Smells like wet dog in here.
Grandpa Sal's coming out.
No dogs in here. Smells like wet dog.
Saying, get off my property. Get off my property.
Yeah, where's the Confederate flag in this house? I knew that discount Viagra would help.
I love Iris. She just gives it to Leffy. Every time.
Phrasing.
That's what I said.
Rawr.
Please have a seat. Thank you.
No, I'm only racist against Australians.
Oh my goodness.
Defense may begin.
Thank you. And you wonder why
Jeez.
Christine thought you
Sergeant
guys were
Hollis.
fighting.
Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore. How are you?
I'm well, yourself?
I'm good, thank you. Want to go back through.
Sir, can
a
you
number
bend
of things
over
that you
while I insert
testified
this
to, but
strap
let
on
me start
without lubricant? Thank you, sir.
where we ended.
No
The
lube.
body cam. I think that was about plus or minus. In
I
its
left my lube at
entirety,
home,
about
sir.
2.5 hours. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
There was 2 instances where you left the home, spoke with someone else, and then re-entered the home. Does that sound like what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to be clear, and I know
Sorry,
the jurors watched the video, but let's start at the end. When you left the house, I didn't
Was it
hear
lunch?
you give any directive to Matt Moore that he needed to stay outside the home until further notice, right?
No, ma'am.
You never told him he couldn't leave the home, right?
No, ma'am.
You never told him he couldn't touch anything inside the home.
No, ma'am.
And I assume it's sort of a dumb question, but I ask it anyway, that you're familiar with what crime scene tape is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you secure an area so that it's preserved in its complete and utter integrity, right? That's what crime scene tape does.
Correct.
Blocks off anyone from accessing that area, so what it is.
Correct.
And in fact, I even remember at neither time when you went outside, did you ever tell Matt Moore, please step outside while I talk to this officer? You left him inside the house, did you not?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And when he told you that he had his weapon, you didn't ask him for his weapon. You just continued to talk to him.
Correct.
So
And
you're going to feel a little pressure,
when
sir.
he took you into Joey's bedroom, he went like this, right? Like, come on over here. And you walked into the second bedroom.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
The second bedroom has its own bathroom, does it not?
Yes, ma'am. Up to the right.
The state
Up
asked
your
you
ass into
about the size of that house, 800 or 900 square feet plus or minus. You testified to.
Yes, ma'am.
The living area is in between the 2 bedrooms, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
And then there's an attic, like a screened-in porch. Sorry, that's
Food
There's
Fairy.
an attic.
Welcome to the family.
Oh, shit talking already.
Oh. Look at Food Fairy, one of us already.
Yeah, I know.
Closer
Farrell's
to the
actually
front
in his
door.
attic
Correct.
right now.
And there's an area where from the kitchen you walk past a washer and dryer into the garage.
Okay. Yes,
Walk
ma'am.
past the pantry
You were
first.
there. Do you remember that?
I do.
And then you were told by Mr. Moore that there was an attic.
Yes, ma'am.
I asked him to show me the refrigerator first.
Your training, I think, and I know you're a sergeant now,
Mhm.
but you're a patrol officer by training. Is that fair to say?
Kurt, ask me again.
Sure. When I was listening, you're not a detective.
This
Correct.
is true.
You're not a homicide detective.
Correct.
And I asked that because I was listening to your experience. You've been an officer for how long again?
Over 8 years.
And before you were a sergeant, as of a month ago,
Yes, ma'am.
you were a patrol officer,
Congrats.
right?
Correct.
A patrol officer is you get a dispatch from the police department and you respond to a dispatch.
How
Correct.
much
And that's what
patrolling
you
did
did
he
in this
do?
case.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the body cam that you're wearing automatically triggered when you get out of the car?
No, ma'am.
So you actually turn it off.
Correct.
Triggered by
And you
his
can
heart rate.
also, isn't it true, turn it off?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's when he gets out of his car.
The 911 call that you were playing, it seemed as if, but tell me if I'm wrong, you'd never heard that call before today.
Correct.
So today was the first time that you had heard
So am
911
I.
call.
Correct.
So am
Let's
I.
talk about what you and Mr. Moore talk about when you get there. He
I don't think she
immediately
is,
tells
Shelley.
you, does
It's
he
just her
not,
natural voice.
that her purse, ID, and car keys are at the house.
Correct.
He doesn't
She was
try
just
to
screaming in the courtroom.
tell you actually she took all of her belongings. He tells
I
you
don't
it's
think she is
odd
wearing a
and
mic.
uses the word uncharacteristic for her to do this.
Okay. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Look at the prosecutor there.
You ask him about
looked like
the night
Kraus.
before, and he tells you that they went to 3 bars. Do you remember him telling you that?
The strap-on was meant for
And
the
later,
prosecutor.
you followed up with respect to at least whole bag of nails, and he was right about that, was he not?
Yes, he was.
That they had been there together.
Correct.
He said a number of times it was very unusual that she wasn't there at that time of day, right?
Correct.
You
Probably
asked
already
him
is.
about
I already have.
the sleeping in another room. You walked into that second bedroom, did you? And I remember on the tape you kind of said to him, is this like your man cave?
Correct.
And he said, well, it's a little messy in here because otherwise Emily's pretty, very organized.
Now I'm going to
and
explore
tidy,
your
but it's
man
just messy
cave,
now.
sir.
It was his room, yes.
It was his room. And so you remember, I'm sure, because based on your 8 years on the force, you're looking for any visual cues, right?
Possible, yes.
You saw the pillows on the couch.
Yes.
You saw the comforter, the white bedding next to the couch.
I don't recall white bedding next to the couch.
Do you remember sheets? Do you remember
You saw
a
leftovers
bedsheet
and were
being
disappointed
on
they
a
didn't put
chair?
them.
No, ma'am.
You don't. Give me 1 second and I'll. Do you remember?
Give me 1 second. I'll pull out some more.
Tennis shoes being near the couch.
No, ma'am.
So what you remember is pillows on pillows on the couch that was in the room.
Correct.
And you remember going back into the other bedroom where the bed was shown that was made. Do you remember walking into that bathroom?
Yes.
Do you remember that there was a hamper there that had clothing in it?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember going into the second bedroom and there was a hamper there with clothing in it?
No, ma'am.
And when you say you don't remember, would you agree that the only pictures that we have from the time that you were in the house was what's captured on your body cam?
Correct.
Because you weren't also taking pictures, right,
Right.
of the nooks and crannies.
Correct.
Fair to say, though, 2.5 hours you were there.
Correct.
If you had seen anything, broken glass, blood, hairs, anything that seemed remotely out of place, you would have either sealed the scene, had another officer come in, right? You would have preserved that scene, would you not?
Depending on what I believe took place in that home, yes, ma'am.
Sure, because, and I remember you saying on direct examination, and you remember you telling Mr. Moore, 2 scenarios here. Either someone voluntarily leaves or someone takes her.
Yes,
Those
ma'am.
were what you told Mr. Moore, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that if those are the only 2 scenarios, one of them is not a crime and the other is.
Correct.
So you're in that house talking to Mr. Moore, not just trying to get information, but you're also understanding the room, right? You're seeing any visual cues.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember that big glass cabinet that's there in the house?
In between the kitchen and the bedroom, yes,
Yep.
ma'am.
No broken glass on that.
No, ma'am.
Remember the kitchen, how there was dishes in the sink, or there's dishes on the side there? Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you check the washer dryer?
No, ma'am.
The garage. Did you check the car to see if it was warm?
No, ma'am.
Did you check the Ultima to see if it was warm?
No, ma'am.
Because what you did in its entirety was captured on that body cam. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
The state in their direct examination paused and said, "Officer, I want to make sure I heard that. What did he say about the bed?" And you said that it was her bed. Do you remember that?
He corrected himself. He began to say her bed, and he said our bed.
And would it surprise you to know that that house was Emily's house before Matt got there?
Yes.
Yeah. And so what's in the house is Emily's, right?
Or Mr. Moore's as well, since he lives there.
Sure. And so it was, when the state asked you on direct, he said it was her bed or our bed, And then he also simultaneously, or rather later in the interview, said that that was his room, the second room. Did he not?
Correct.
Such a
I want
stupid
to
thing.
talk about all the things that Matt did. And have you ever, you're not a homicide detective, so you don't by training investigate homicides.
Correct.
So I want to just talk to you about all the things you asked Mr. Moore to do, my client to do, and he did so without cause. You knocked, he opens the door, right?
Correct.
This is on May 25th. He's wearing shorts and a t-shirt, is he not?
Correct.
Glasses?
Yes, ma'am.
No, glasses aren't broken.
No, ma'am.
I would assume, Sergeant, that if you saw any scratches on his arms, forearms, hands, neck, legs, you would have made a note of that.
If I would have noticed that, yes, ma'am.
And he's not fully clothed when he opens that door and lets you in his home, right?
Yes, ma'am. He's wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
I meant pants and a long sleeve shirt, sorry.
Oh, correct. No, he
Right?
wasn't.
So you walk into the house, he lets you in the house, does he not?
Correct.
Shows you, in fact, at one point he's like, come on in here to the second bedroom, which is, he calls his bedroom,
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Takes you, you say, can I go see the car? And he says, let's go this way. And then it takes you into the garage.
Correct.
Does all that, right? Never says you can't come in here.
Correct.
And you didn't have a warrant.
Right.
You're just responding to a call that he made reporting his wife missing.
Correct.
You ask for his wife's cell phone. He gives you the phone.
I don't recall asking for her cell phone.
Is her phone here? And he shows you her phone.
Yes, ma'am.
You ask where is her wallet, and he gives the wallet,
Yep.
right? And then you say, well, is that where the wallet was found? And he adds the information. No, actually, it was over here in the bedroom, right?
Right.
You ask about information as to where they were supposed to be going for the picnic, and he accesses the phone and gives you that information.
Correct.
He invites you back in after you leave and talk to one of your colleagues outside,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
When you say, where are her keys? He opens the door to the car, leans in and gets the keys and gives you the keys.
I don't recall asking for the car.
I just got left.
I'm sorry, you said, where are her keys? And he said she
Message.
keeps them in the car. Do you remember seeing that on the video?
No, ma'am. I remember asking for her house keys inside the apartment. I didn't ask where her car keys were.
Okay. Do you remember when we watched how he opens the door and he leans in
Yes,
and
ma'am. I
gets
do
the car
remember
keys?
that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you were at the scene, the Subaru, it's your understanding, it was her car and the car outside was his car.
Correct.
And then he starts to tell you early on that she walks and she forages, right? That
Yes.
she would go on walks.
Yes, ma'am.
He specifically
I thought you meant when I went to Krispy Kreme.
where she likes to walk.
That's how I forage.
Does he not?
Yes, ma'am.
Right away. On
Look
May
at
25th.
what the
as soon
fuck
as you
is
get
this
to the
guy
house.
talking about?
Where's the clicker? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. And you're obviously familiar with this area. Showing you what's been marked as, one second. That is Exhibit D. Sergeant Hollis, do you recognize this area as pictured in this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to put the sticker here. It's going to have to cover a small bit of that corner. But what are we looking at here in this map?
An aerial view of Main Street County Line, State Street, and the address, the street name of where Mr. Moore lived.
And if you could, and sir, you can mark on your screen as well. Can you mark where, just approximately where 46 Abbey Cross Lane is, based on your dispatch to that location?
in approximate in this area here, I believe.
And thank you, sir. And
Ooh, that is
on
a large
the
exhibit, Kelly.
opposing side of the street, so over there, where my indication is, would you agree with me that that is where John Kramer lived?
He is
Yes, ma'am, his neighbor.
And remember in the video,
Yes, ma'am.
so we're talking May 25th. I think you got there at, what's the exact arrival time? Do you remember that, Sergeant?
Like, in his defense, I kind of do feel bad for him because he really was just doing his job. It's the state that's making everything sound shady.
True.
Like, he was just walking around, doing the walk around. He
Yeah, and he doesn't seem to be.
Well, it doesn't really look
Yeah.
like anything's up, you know. You guys seemed happy and da da da.
And
Nothing's.
well, I just
nothing's
missed the
amiss
last.
in the house.
Yeah, I missed the last few minutes I was on the call, but it doesn't seem like he's trying to be like one of those cops who
Right.
like tries to hide stuff. He's just
Right.
yeah,
he's
you're right.
answering.
Yep.
She's
That's
just
it.
like she's like at a 90 all the time, like
Yeah.
Martinez is. So it always
Yeah, but
sounds
she's not like
she's
she's lovable about it though. Like you like it. Whereas
listen. If Martinez looked like she looks, you'd think he was lovable too.
I don't think
If
so.
you swapped the defendant in his case and her,
No, because
for him.
Menashe is a dick to her own witnesses though.
Well, so's Martinez.
No, she is not.
Oh, okay.
Martinez is.
I like him. I think he's fun.
I respect that, you know. He looks like a Anthony Fauci had a baby with Adama from Battlestar Galactica.
Oof.
Yes, they're just twisting like everything they did in that video. They're just twisting it. He just seems like he was just doing his walkthrough with the guy that called him.
Yeah,
No, ma'am, I don't.
This
Sound.
this
6-ish.
is not. Can you pause it? Sorry. In the Husel trial, there was a juror that was this like the big gigantic black guy, muscles and everything, that was like the same size as him, and he was intimidated. He was scared of Diane Menashe. And
Excuse me.
What?
Do you have enough to share with the class, Food Fairy?
Oh.
Oh.
And it's just really funny that, yeah, like she is this tiny little white girl and she's just like getting grown, gigantic men to cower in front of her.
Well,
I love her.
I know.
she's good at her job.
Very.
Yes, we do, Shelley. We need her in the food channel.
Yes. You're going to be my go-to.
I think a little bit before 6, yes, ma'am.
Before 6, and then we know
Yes,
from the
ma'am.
body cam that you were there at around 2.5 hours.
Yes,
Does that
ma'am.
sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
So in that time frame, we know from the body cam that you and or your fellow officers learned that John Kramer, directly across the street, saw Emily in the driveway, the garage door open between 9 and 10 a.m. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, there wasn't any uncertainty about the time because at one point, Mr. Moore says, oh, so she was singing at 10:30, and you said, no, Mr. Kramer said between 9 and 10.
Correct.
That's the day, that morning of, right? That information you're giving Matt is that she was seen between 9 and 10 a.m. that morning.
Correct.
And given your understanding of that scene, would you agree with me that 51 Abbey Cross is literally directly across from 46?
Almost. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe a few feet, right?
Correct.
But it's not catty corner.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
They're right across there. And then I want to just talk a little bit about county line, if we could. Based on your experience and familiarity with Delaware County, how would you describe that road?
It runs east and west. Well, 4-lane road total.
Heavily trafficked road, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
2 lanes each way?
Yes, ma'am.
There is no shoulder
Yes, Mom.
where you can pull a car over near that wooded area.
Correct.
You agree? There's no shoulder here.
Right.
Now, I want to go back to my original question about Mr. Moore. Right when you are interviewing him, I don't know if it's 20 minutes in, but it's fairly soon, when he tells you, does he not, about the area that Emily loves to walk.
Yes.
And do you remember during that time when he's telling you about that, voluntarily so, Celeste is standing right there.
Yes.
He says, does he not? It's the area right by the bridge, the walkway.
Yes.
And he tells you that there's the bike path there.
Yes, ma'am.
He tells you there's the sidewalk there.
Correct.
And he tells you that it's the woods in between that area where she loves to go down and forage.
Correct.
The area is that area right there, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you heard, because it was told directly to you and captured on the body cam, that at some point within that 2.5 hours, Celeste goes to that area and looks for Emily.
I believe so, yes.
And she's found nothing.
I'm
She finds nothing there. She on the body cam, she says, I went and looked and I didn't see anything.
I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. Do you remember
feel
her
bad
saying on the
for-
body cam that she went and looked at the area?
Mocking him.
I
Because he's
do,
actually
or I don't recall if she said she was going to go
not
look
being a dick.
Okay.
at that point, or she had already looked. But I do remember her referring to that area.
Okay. And I remember during your direct examination, the state stopped and said, Mr. Moore, did he tell you that he had been to that area, that he had searched that area? And Sergeant, you said no, he had not.
Correct.
But he told you right where the area was,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
He asked you when he's at the vehicle being the Subaru, but
Guy looks so
I heard
bored.
him, and tell me if I'm wrong, he said you want to check the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have, after 26:36, Celeste walks up and says that she searched the park, but you don't have any independent recollection of that.
I do not.
You asked Mr. Moore if Emily was on any medicine and whether you could go into the bathroom and look for medicine bottles, and he says you can.
I never asked to go to look inside the bathroom for medicine bottles.
Did you tell me what you said when you said, can you show me?
Yes.
Okay. Words are
I
everything.
never asked.
Show
Can you
you.
show me?
He said, you asked if
I'll
she
show
take any
me mine if you
medication,
show
and
me
he
yours.
says, yes, she does sometimes.
Correct.
And you say, can you show me?
Correct.
And he says yes and
That's-
proceeds to
That's it,
take.
because I would like to know the name of the medication.
Sure. And he gave you the name of that medication.
Correct.
And then something else he did was when you were asking him about what they did the day before, he's very specific about they go to Buchtel, they get the water, the spring water, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He even takes you to his phone and shows you exactly where they went, Franklin Street and Marietta. Do you remember those details?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know now, in fact, that that was accurate information?
Yes, ma'am.
That was accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember, because it wasn't captured on film, I just want to make sure. I can play it if we need to, so let me know. But on the dining room table there was like a white sheet, and there was actually things that had been foraged on the dining room table. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
You don't? You don't remember that anything was drying on the dining room table?
No, ma'am. Not on the dining room table.
But certainly, just like the state did, we could screenshot that, and whatever's captured by your body cam is captured by your body cam, correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And then on your direct examination, the state paused the video again when at 38:31, and of course, wrote down that Mr. Moore says for the first time the word suicide. And on direct examination, you were asked, did Mr. Moore just say suicide? And you said, yes, that's the first time he mentioned it. And you were asked, well, had you asked him about it? Do you remember that line of questioning, Sergeant?
I wonder why that'd be on his mind.
Right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to be clear that you asked Matt Moore very early on about the option of suicide.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you learned from your time there, his son had committed suicide.
Correct.
And in your training and expertise, have you ever responded to a suicide?
Many times.
Okay. Even many times, still traumatic.
Yes, ma'am.
And assume from your experience and training that a parent that loses their child by suicide could be a traumatic event.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then someone goes missing, the same person that has experienced their child kill themselves. That could be a traumatic experience.
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your training, right, as an officer, is to not necessarily be empathetic, but to understand, right, how to process facts and circumstances.
Correct.
And so you're at the scene and you realize that a man that's called and reported his wife missing had a child go missing and kill himself not too long before.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
There's no alarm in the house, you learned?
Correct.
And then the incident, I want to talk about the incident on the video that you share with Mr. Moore. As part of sort of the workup that's being done while you're out the house is you run a report on Emily Noble, or one of your officers does.
It is not a report. No, ma'am.
Run a search history?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever put the name in the search history, it pops up.
Type your name in because you want to see if there's any history, right, with Emily and perhaps your department or anything else.
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that that's something you might do because let's say someone had picked up a woman an hour prior without identification on, right? And she described herself as Emily Noble.
That could be possible.
And you run it, or someone does, and it pops up that she had this incident
He
in
hasn't
July
run in a long
1st
time.
of 2017, where she's found so intoxicated that she's walking State Street. Is that right?
Correct.
And she has to be taken home by the police where a man agrees to watch over her.
Correct.
And that man is not Matt Moore.
Correct.
His name was Tim?
I don't remember. I think his last name was Durbin. Yes, ma'am.
Tim Durbin, perhaps, but you remember the last name as being
I
Durbin.
believe, yes, ma'am.
And there was there not an actual run report and a police report that describes that situation that happened on July 1st, 2017 with Emily?
I would assume so, yes, ma'am.
And on that video, we also heard you say to Matt that her friends had been reached out and they described Matt as the love of Emily's life.
According to Celeste, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
According to Celeste.
Yes, ma'am.
Boyer Park. I just want to make sure that the jurors know that location plus or minus about a mile or a mile and a half from Abbey Cross. Does that sound right?
I would say more than that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What would you say?
I would say maybe 4 miles from that.
Okay, fair enough. Well, have you ever driven or mapped that distance?
No, ma'am.
Boyer Park, based on your experience as an officer in Delaware, is a wooded area.
Correct.
There's a running trail there or a walking trail.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's Boyer Park where Matt's
People
son
like to watch.
Correct.
And that's why that area was searched.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. Sorry, Phil.
It's Voyer Park.
Matt at some point says, towards the end, what do you want me to keep doing? And you indicate, do you not, keep doing what you're doing?
Yes, ma'am.
And he says, keep me in the loop.
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, Your Honor. Towards the end of that tape, when he's asking you, what do you want him to do? And you said, keep doing what you're doing. As I heard it, tell me if I'm wrong, he says, do you want me to get on her Facebook? Do you remember that?
No.
You don't. And you don't remember then telling him yes?
I in regards to her Facebook, I remember asking him to get on our Facebook to get phone numbers for the cookout that they were supposed to be going to.
And obviously, body cam speaks for itself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
As to what was said and done. Nothing further.
Rita?
No further questions on behalf of the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you may write them down and provide it to our court reporter. Anybody have any questions? We have one question at least coming. Okay.
Well. I love jury questions.
Okay. I unplugged my microphone. Sorry.
You son of a.
That's why I'm like pushing it and pushing it. I'm like, it's not making colors.
Sal, try to cook your barbecue pork in the dishwasher.
Where if there's something else?
I think they had like one jury question or something.
Oh, she sought him out?
What?
Shelly said she sought him out.
I feel like I did hear that though.
Where's she from?
I don't know.
Listen, Salbert.
Salbert.
Sorry, Junior just stole my seat.
Where's Diane from?
Ohio?
We're at the.
Oh, is she? Okay. Probably Columbus
Where-
area then.
No? Do you have her address? Phone number?
Dating profile? Tinder? Match.com? eHarmony? Amish people meet?
Shelly said she heard that she sought him out.
High profile. It's interesting. I should ask him.
Yeah.
We should
Oh,
ask
yeah.
him.
I feel like I heard him say that in the
The
interview.
full page of notes.
That's a good question.
But I could be wrong. But
Yeah.
ask it.
Yeah. Well, if she probably is at by Columbus, because that's where this is at.
Yeah.
It's an area of Columbus, so they drive me crazy every time they say Buckdale, because it's not Buchtel and whatever, it's Buckdale. and they all say it wrong. They do not live that far from it.
I know.
Sergeant, I have a couple questions for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
The first question is, did the defendant, Mr. Moore, have access to Emily Noble's Facebook on his own phone, if you know?
I do not know.
All right. And the second question is, did you look at the defendant, Mr. Moore's car?
I did look at the car. I did not look inside the car.
Okay, you just outside on.
Yeah, yes, sir.
No questions, John. Thank you.
Okay, defense? Okay, thank you. You may step down.
You may step down.
Certainly.
How long to finish it out?
We're at
How long?
less than an hour.
Up to you guys.
You just want to roll? It's up to
Yeah,
you.
I'm okay if you are.
Yeah, it's less than an hour.
We're at 1.25.
It's not.
Might as well.
Oh,
We're ready to go, Jen. Okay.
no, we're at normal.
Put it up. Put it up to
There we go.
1.25 and
I turned it.
Power
I changed
Yeah.
it for the dang video, and forgot to put it back.
Yeah, just finish out the
There
day
we
though.
go.
Then-
Yeah.
Yeah.
As its next witness.
the officer appreciates not having to go too fast. I'm sorry. I actually like the guy. He seems like a really honest, like how a cop should
Right.
testify. I
Well.
appreciate it. It's
Yeah,
just,
answer the
I'm an asshole.
questions.
Yeah.
Just
Right.
answer questions and let the jury decide.
Yeah.
Testimony.
Thank you, Jay. I heard you too.
I do.
Very dope.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I've talked to you before, so I know this. I'm gonna ask you to speak close to the microphone and make sure everyone can hear you. So that's okay.
Okay.
And can you tell
Really gives
the
creepy
prisoner
vibes.
and the jury your name?
Celeste Scrone,
And could you spell your last name for the record?
Grone.
And Celeste,
You know
how
this
old
girl
are you?
knows her zodiac
57.
sign.
And what town do you live in?
Westerville, Ohio.
How long do you live there?
22 years.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a system engineer.
And Celeste, do you know someone by the name of Emily Noble?
Yes.
And how did you know Noble?
I met her at the pool of Crossings of Windermere.
And what is the Crossings of Windermere?
It is a condo development in Westerville,
And do you know what county that's located in?
Delaware County.
Now, did you live there, or how is it that you came to meet Emily Noble there?
I owned a condo there that my dad lived in.
And so you owned the condo in the Crossings of Windermere, but your dad lived there.
Yes.
And you met Emily Noble at the pool in that neighborhood.
Yes.
Were you going to the pool?
Yes.
And about what year was that, if you remember?
It was the summer of 2017.
And did Emily live in that neighborhood?
Yes.
Do you know where she lived?
46 Abbey Cross Lane.
And so you were at the pool in 2017, and how is it that you came into contact with Emily Noble?
Emily was at the pool and I was at the pool and she introduced herself and we became friends.
And so when you first met her then at the pool, kind of instant friendship?
Yes.
And did your friendship continue to grow from that point?
Yes.
And what, as friends, would you like to do?
We would like to go out to eat. We would like to sit in her condo and maybe share a drink. We went to Belize on vacation together
Did you call each other on the phone?
once or twice,
How did you primarily communicate as friends, though?
text messages.
And in the summer, I assume you would hang out at the pool?
Yes.
Now, as your friendship is growing in 2017, and you mentioned a trip to Belize, which we'll get to in a moment, how often is it that you would spend time with Emily, text with Emily? What was your friendship like?
We would text at least once a week and we would get together about once a month.
And that would be
So
at
you
her
knew her better
condo
than her
or
sister.
at a restaurant.
Yes.
Now, when you first met Emily in 2017, did you know her to be married?
No.
And she was living in that condo alone.
Yes.
Now, at some point, though, did you know Emily Noble to get married?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
August of 2018.
And do you know who she married?
Matheau Moore.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes. He's wearing a gray shirt.
More?
He has glasses on his
I love
head.
if she identified the prosecutor.
He's over in the corner there.
And I asked the record reflection to identify the defendant.
So noted.
And how is it that you learned Emily and Matt got married?
Emily called me.
And did she invite you to the wedding or what?
No.
Had the wedding already taken place?
Yes.
Do you know how close in time Emily and the defendant were married to when you found out?
It was a couple of days later.
Did you know about Matt, though, before Emily and Matt got married?
Yes.
And you knew that they were dating?
Yes.
Did you know that he had moved into the condo?
Yes.
So it's not like it was a huge surprise that they got married.
No.
Now, after they were married,
Right.
did you still see Emily?
Yes.
In your friendship, did it change?
No.
And when you would go over to the condo, was Matt there?
Yes.
Never heard of him.
Now, at some point after Emily and Matt were married, did someone else move into the condo with them?
Yes.
And who was that?
Joey Moore, Matt Moore's son.
I think they
again.
put anybody at the defense
Same
table.
friendship with Emily,
and they would have
right?
been like,
Right.
oh yeah, that
Go over to
looks
the
like it
condo?
might be him.
Yes.
And still text message,
Yes.
still hang out at the pool.
Yes.
Did you get to observe Emily quite a bit through your friendship?
Yes.
Different interactions, and you got to observe her with Matt,
Yes.
got to observe her with Joey, you got to observe her in the condo.
Yes.
And you mentioned already one time traveling to Belize. Do you
Yeah.
remember that? When was that?
That was May 17th, 2019 to May 24th, 2019.
I just went on vacation last month. I don't remember the date. How is it that you remember those dates?
May 17th is my birthday and May 24th is Emily's. We chose those dates specifically.
And so who went with you to Belize?
Just Emily.
And so it was a birthday girls trip.
It was.
Fun.
Now, was there a moment on that trip where you observed Emily to be upset?
Yes.
And did you know why she was upset?
Yes.
And why?
It was her birthday on May 24th and Matt texted her in the morning, hey, Space Girl, instead of happy birthday.
And she was upset.
She was very upset.
Why?
Right?
Now, when you returned from Belize, did you and Emily stay in contact?
Yes.
Same kind of friendship. Texts?
Yes.
You would see her occasionally?
Yes.
Out to dinner?
Yes.
Maybe at a condo?
Yes.
But then there was a tragedy a few months later.
Yes.
And what was it?
Matt's son, Joey, committed suicide.
How did you find out?
A couple days after it happened, Emily called me and told me.
And what did you do in response?
I asked her if there was anything that I could do for her, any meals, anything.
And what did you do?
She wanted beer that night, so I brought beer over, and during the week I brought meals over a couple of times.
And fair to say it was a devastating time.
Australia.
It was very devastating.
I know, it's like Sunday.
And
I'm like, wait a minute,
What were some
Sunday?
things that Emily was doing during that time?
You scared
Did
me,
she continue
Pixie.
work?
She did not.
What happened?
She took
Oh, I
FMLA
was extremely-
from work because she was afraid that Matt would commit suicide.
Very concerned about Matt.
Yes.
But if you know, did Emily seek help herself?
She did.
And how?
She went to, I believe it was a licensed social worker for therapy.
Now, to your knowledge, if you know, did Emily return to work?
Yes.
And do you remember what that return to work was like?
She had many supportive coworkers that she didn't realize were there.
And so timeline-wise, are we kind of at the end of 2019?
We are.
So now let's talk about the first couple months of 2020. Friendship remains the same with Emily?
Yes.
And then COVID happens, right?
Right.
Did you continue to communicate with Emily during COVID?
Yes.
And so that would have been in about March 2020?
March 2020. Yes.
And what was your primary form of communication then?
Text.
And what about then in April of 2020? Continue to text?
Yes.
And would your texting increase during that time or about stay the same?
About the same.
Did you do what some of those people like to refer to as friend checks?
Yes.
And what's a friend check?
We check on each other every week or every few days to make sure each of us is okay.
And that's because we were in lockdown.
Right.
Now, there came a time, though, when you and Emily made plans to see each other, right?
Right.
And this was the first time you'd seen her since March?
Since
Your Honor, the ongoing meeting.
I'm sorry.
The ongoing meeting is direct.
Thank you.
When was the first time you made
My
plans
browser
to
closed.
see
I
Emily?
closed my browser
It
out by
was
accident.
May
I don't know why
22nd,
that one didn't
2020.
remove.
When?
I didn't even notice it was frozen.
Oh,
I know he is just like,
oh,
I
and a
thought
second
you
me
brought
popped
Cat
up.
Cam in. Yeah, I thought you brought Cat Cam in or whatever. I was like, wait a minute. There's two Salberts.
Oh, it
When
was
was the
black
last
for
time
me.
Mm.
you saw Emily before May 22nd of 2020?
March 12th of 2020.
How did you feel about your May 22nd plans?
I was very happy to be meeting up with her.
And did you meet up with her on May 22nd?
We met up about 6 p.m. on May 22nd at Emily's condo.
What was the reunion like?
Oh, it was very fun. She was drinking a seltzer, a hard seltzer, and I had a bottle of wine. And we were in the condo. We took a walk around the neighborhood and we foraged for plants.
And when you were at her condo, was anyone else there?
Matt was there.
And you got to see him?
Yes.
And what was Emily's demeanor while you guys are together?
She was very happy while we were together.
Now, you indicated that you went on a walk through the neighborhood and you foraged.
Yes.
What does forage mean to you?
We picked and ate edible plants. She had a huge book with plant species, and she knew which ones were edible and which ones were poisonous.
Had you ever foraged before with Emily?
No.
Did you think it was kind of like
I mean, I find it a little odd.
strange?
but it is.
Yeah. Have you heard of this store called Sprouts?
Have you heard? No, have you heard of this store called the store that has real food?
I mean, no, I'm not. I mean, I'm not gonna knock the guy's wife. It's
No,
just a
Celeste.
very odd hobby.
No,
Can you see this okay on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
And does it appear to be a aerial map view of the Abbey Cross County Line Road area?
Yes.
Oh, the best
Now,
foraging.
can you tell from this map where about Emily lived?
I do weird.
Yeah, go ahead and mark the screen, please.
I mean, I have weird hobbies, so I'm not
do
gonna
a
knock
lot of
it.
weird
It's just I'd be
Right?
paranoid about
In that
picking the
area.
wrong
All
stuff.
right. Now, when you're spending time at the condo, you said you went for a walk.
Yes.
Can you use your finger and drag the path you took to go on a walk? And you can narrate while you do it.
Sensually.
Here, we actually,
We're gonna need you to speak up into the microphone. There you go.
I'm gonna move it.
I would be actually kind
Do
of
some lazy
Stop at the
circles
pool,
on the Elmo.
And we went over here by the pool, and I went in the pool, and a lady named Sue from Stamaker was there. And I asked her,
Are you like the
pool is
lesbian
open,
in Chandler
and she
Halderson
indicated it was
trial?
open, but
Who
only
let the
for
girls
residents.
out?
Since I didn't live there, I was angry.
Did you get there on the lawnmower?
So Emily and I, we went
Let me
back.
just stop you right there.
Uh-huh.
the pool has some drama in the neighborhood between residents and owners using it, right?
Right.
And so that's why you were upset when that was the response you got from the individual.
Objection.
Your Honor, I'm just trying to clarify.
She found
what
Gary
said.
Busey topless.
Okay, so now let's move on. From the pool area, where do you and Emily walk?
We
And
walked
then this weird kid
Here.
came in and started to bathe himself.
and back here on Ashbrook and back around here. And if you'll notice, there's a little court and there's an entryway into
Smells like
the
barbecue.
path. So we walked here and
Had a
we
craving
stopped
for some
at-
ribs.
I'm gonna go back. We stopped at this house. Emily's very friendly, so she stopped and talked to these neighbors that she didn't know.
Did you know them?
No,
He just
Uh,
randomly talked to
they were
strangers.
doing some work in their yard and they were sitting out. So we had a conversation with them.
Jeez, it sounds like my
She did.
nightmare.
We walked back here and we did some foraging right around over here
I am-
and back here. There's actually this wall
I
here
checked.
and there's a lot of plants in here that are edible.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna stop you right there.
Okay,
So when you're talking about foraging on this path, and you've kind of marked over it, but where the arrow is that the bike path?
it is the bike path, but we went off the
All right, so let
bike.
me ask you a question.
Okay,
So from the bike path to the woods, is there a grassy area?
yes,
And is
Yeah, it's a
that what you
grassy
were
knoll.
walking along?
yes.
And where would you forage from that grassy area?
On either side. So there's again the wall here where the path actually goes up because it goes across county line. And then on the other side where there's this little forest
it is.
here. So we went and found plants over here.
And
Right by
so
where
the
she was
foraging
at.
on the wall, I'm assuming
Oh, really?
that's just something you can see
Yeah,
right
she
there and
was,
pick it.
Right.
Now, when you're foraging along the wood side,
Get over here.
do you physically go
Didn't
into
you
the
get,
woods?
Like this area?
No, we just picked, they were kind of sticking out, maybe just a
I
tad
remember
bit
seeing it
in,
before.
but the plants were on the edge.
So you were foraging along the edge.
Yes,
And was that what you knew Emily to do?
yes.
So you are coming down that edge then, and where do you and Emily go next?
We continued walking and we walked here and then we went back and we went to her condo.
All right, so when you're walking down county line then, are you on a sidewalk, a grassy area, or in the woods?
There's a sidewalk. We were on the sidewalk on the county line road.
And would you forage along that wood side?
No,
You were just walking on the sidewalk.
right. There's nothing to forage there.
But there are woods there.
Yes,
All right. But you didn't forage with Emily along that side.
no,
So the only foraging you did was by the bike path and the wood line by the bike path.
right,
So from that, then you go back to the condo.
right.
And what was this date again?
It was Friday, May 22nd.
So that's about how long were you with Emily on Friday, May 22nd?
From 6 till probably 11 p.m.-ish.
Was Friday, May 22nd, 2020, the last time you ever saw Emily alive?
Yes,
Now, did you have any more communications with Emily the next day?
yes.
What were those communications?
She texted me to see if I was still alive after eating the foraging plants.
And you were, right?
I texted her back, I am alive.
And you were.
I forgot to
Well-
ask you this. You talked about that big book she carries.
Right.
Did she take that with you on your walk?
No.
Okay. Now, after that communication from her to make sure you were still alive, did you communicate again with Emily?
Yes, Sunday was her birthday and I texted her a happy birthday at a little after 6 in the evening.
So that was on Sunday,
Well,
May
he did
24th.
call her Space
Right.
Girl.
And did you get a response?
Yes,
What was it?
it was emojis.
After that text of emojis, did you receive any more communications from Emily?
No,
So like Gary
I'm going to
Busey
turn
topless
to
reference
May
wasn't too far
25th.
off.
Did you receive a phone call in the evening from Emily's phone?
Yes,
Do you recall what time that was?
that was 5:47 p.m.
Was that Emily on the phone?
No,
Who was it?
it was Matt.
Yeah.
And tell the
They're all
jury
offended
what
that
the
he used her
defendant said.
phone.
Matt called and asked if Emily was at my house. And I said, no, she's not here.
Continue. What else did he say then?
Okay. He said that he thought she left in the morning and went for a walk and hadn't came back. And they were supposed to go to a party, but she hadn't came home yet. So I asked him if this was normal behavior, and he said no. So I said, call the police. And he said, don't I have to wait 24 hours? And I said, no, not if this isn't normal behavior, call the police.
And then what did he say?
Then he said he would call the police and I'll see you in a little bit, meaning that I would come over to the condo at that time.
Oh, was that the woman?
So we hung up and I packed up and headed over.
About how far away did you live from
I think
her
so.
condo?
2.5 miles.
So it didn't take you very long to get there, right?
Yep,
No.
it's her.
And who was there when
Okay.
you got there?
So I arrived, my car is GPS satellite enabled, so my clock said 6:06.
Yeah, so he literally called right after she's like, call the cops. And he's like, don't I have to wait? And she's like, no, you don't.
Okay. Yeah, like I always thought you had
That's
to
her
wait
that's on the
24
video.
hours. And it's like,
Yeah, I think most people think that.
you see it in movies all the time. Like, oh, there's nothing we can
Right.
do until 24 hours.
Yeah, well, and a lot of times
Right.
you just think you're overreacting sometimes.
Sure.
You're like, okay,
Right.
well,
And cops
Right.
think that too.
it's fine. They'll be here.
Right.
They'll be here.
And a lot of times they
You're in
will
denial.
make you wait before they'll do anything if it's, but it's like
Yeah.
case by case.
But
usually.
still, it's better to try.
right.
But you didn't try hard
p.m.
enough.
and the police were out at the condo with Matt when I arrived.
And you stayed at the condo for a little bit, right?
Right.
But then did you go out that same path you went on Friday, May 22nd?
I did. I couldn't do anything because Matt was in the house with the police. So I asked the police if it was okay to go search, and they said yes. So I drove my car to the same place that we had walked in with the little court.
All right, so let me stop you there.
Okay,
You drove and you parked this time to where the court was.
right.
And you get out.
I
And
got
then
out.
which way do you travel?
I traveled the same way that Emily and I went because I was retracing our paths, thinking that maybe she might be hurt and fell
All right.
foraging.
So you're walking towards county line.
I walked the bike trail and walked toward county line.
And then where did you go?
Then I went down County Line Road.
Did you go into the woods at that time?
No.
And then did you return to the condo?
I continued walking down, then I turned around and retraced the back steps. I
Back
was
to your car?
back to my car and got in my car and went back to the condo.
Now, after that evening, fair to say there were numerous searches for Emily. Your Honor, the leading? I'm just trying to direct you, Your Honor.
Well, I just ask if there are numerous searches.
Were there numerous searches
There
for
were
Emily?
numerous searches for Emily.
And how many did you participate in roughly?
They mostly on my own, only one of the organized, but at least 5, and many just on my own beyond that.
Was she one of the ones that was there that found her?
People?
Yes,
Would you ask people to join
I don't think
you?
so.
yes,
Did you ask the defendant to join you?
yes.
Because I think it was a friend that was
Did the
found
defendant
her.
ever go with you on these searches?
Yeah, it was
No.
like it was two random ladies.
Yeah.
Three
Okay,
of them.
I thought one was a friend.
Yeah. Well, I think the one, remember, though, she claims to be a friend, but it's kind of one of those like a far distance friendship.
Right. I ran into her at the grocery store one day. We're BFF.
On behalf of Matt.
Or they like reconnected on social
Just
media.
got some
or
follow-up
something.
questions for you, if I can. I want to go back to what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit D. And yeah, I know the jury's becoming quite familiar with it, but fair to say, Celeste, 46 Abbey Cross is thereabouts where I just put that red X.
Yes.
And you talked about the route you took. It was cleared from the screen, so I just want to go back to it. Does that look familiar, Celeste?
Yes.
As the route? And when you indicated that you walked down, there was a grassy area as you walked in this area, was there not?
Yes.
Where you're no longer on a sidewalk, you're actually kind of on this sloped grass.
Yes.
And when on the 25th, when the officer was with Matt at the house, you retraced this entire route.
Yes.
Including walked down along this edge, and then you walked the sidewalk right there as well.
No.
So you didn't walk county line?
I walked county line, but I didn't go, I just turned around because my car was back in that court area. So I just walked to the edge of the forest and then walked back and got into my car that was over there.
And so you didn't have to go all the way back to it?
No, I had to get my car.
And do you remember being at the house when Officer Hollis was asking Matt questions right when he first arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And by the time you got to 46 Abbey Cross, the police were already there.
Yes.
So common sense it tells you when you pull up between your conversation with Matt Moore and you arriving at the house in that short period of time, the police had already gotten there.
Yes.
So fair to say you assume that after your conversation, Matt did in fact call the police.
Yes.
Do you remember
Pretty good.
when
Pretty good
you
response
walked around
time.
the corner when the officer was standing there with Matt and he saw you for a second and he seemed
Yeah,
startled?
it is.
You remember that?
Matt?
Yeah.
Yes.
And he said, "Oh my gosh, because you look like Emily."
Yes.
And you do look like Emily, don't you?
Yes.
Right when officer
Good girl.
He thought he saw you. He thought you were Emily.
Oh, you just see the way he just like blinked inside and just nodded his
I want
head.
to just a few questions.
That is 100%
about
genuine.
your friendship with Emily. I know we had the opportunity to watch the video, Officer Hollis's, when you were standing there with Matt and the officer, and Emily and you were very good friends.
Yes.
And prosecutor asked you on direct about that friendship started 2017.
Yes.
During the course of that time, in 2017, 2018, 2019,
I'm not good at that either.
2020, if you had any information, Celeste, that Emily was in danger or was a victim of some kind of violence, you certainly would have done something about that.
Yes.
And in fact, as you told the officers, you believe that Emily and Matt had a good marriage.
Yes.
And when you were over at the house, the last time you saw Emily on May 22nd of 2020, Matt was there.
Yes.
And it was fun. It was a fun night.
As far as I know.
Yeah. At the 22nd when you were there, right? At the house with Emily and Matt, you had a good time.
I had a good time.
Yes. And you indicated to the jury that she was drinking, I think you said some kind of cider ale. Do you remember that?
It was a spiked seltzer.
Did she, did you know her to drink those Rheingeist bubbles in the pink cans?
They were green.
Green? Do you remember what kind it was?
No.
During your friendship with Emily, how many times in 17, 18, 19, and 20 did you, were you with Emily or did you see her sister with her?
A couple times.
Do you remember the last time that you saw her sister?
The last time I saw her sister that I remember was at Cobley. Was at a restaurant called Cobley.
Was that at or around Joey's funeral or was that at the
I remember meeting her at the Cobley restaurant and I don't remember the time frame.
And was Cobley a restaurant in downtown Westerville?
Yes,
And Emily liked to go there?
yes,
Did you like to go to Old Bag of Nails? That was another place you liked to go?
yes,
And Jimmy B's?
yes,
And those were all downtown Westerville.
yes.
Sue Kavanaugh. How many times did you meet Sue Kavanaugh?
Several times.
Several. You tell me. More than 5, less than 5?
Probably more than 5.
Between 17 and 2020?
Yes.
I want to go back to something you said, just briefly, I want to make sure I got the words right. Friend checks. Do you remember the questions about that?
Yes.
And the ship will ask you about friend checks if you were doing those because of COVID. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
But you started the friend checks with Emily after Joey killed himself, right?
At some point in time, she started them, yes.
And you know that Emily was going to counseling because she was struggling with Joey's suicide.
No, she was required by the state of Ohio to take FMLA.
And because of the requirement by the state of Ohio, is it your belief that she went to therapy?
Yes.
And I know that you testified to on your direct that she was concerned about Matt, that Matt would kill himself.
Yes.
And that makes sense because Matt had just lost his son.
Yes.
To suicide.
Yes.
And they were close.
Yes.
And you saw that when you saw Joey and Emily and Matt living together. They were family.
Right.
And Emily also took Joey's suicide. Very tough.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Celeste, defense counsel was asking you about in 2017, 18, 19, and 20. If you ever thought Emily was in danger or a victim of violence, you would have said something. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
That in danger question. If you would have thought Emily was a danger to herself, would you have spoken up?
Yes.
Did you? Did you have that belief?
She was very happy.
Probably didn't even give a crap.
Right.
Defense counsel was talking to you about the therapy that Emily went to. If you know, did Matt seek any therapy or counseling during that time after Joey's death?
As far as I know, he went once. I don't know if he continued.
How would she know?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Yeah.
Just briefly, thank you. We're just asking questions about whether or not you would report if Emily was suicidal.
Right.
But you testified that Emily believed that Matt was suicidal. Do you have information that Emily reported that to the police?
She didn't report it to the police, as far as I know.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Any
Did you?
questions, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah. And like, I hate that thing. Oh, did she go to therapy? Well, she was required to.
Right.
Like the people, why do?
Take your time, no hurry. I say go slow so it's legible. I guess that's what I'm doing.
Write it slow. But it's like they just want to fight this whole. She was so happy, guys. She was so happy.
Right.
Like, it's like,
Well,
that's honest.
A lot of the time they are on outwardly.
I know. A lot, you know, man, some of the people in my life that have done that sort of thing, you would have never known.
Right. Yeah.
Ever.
Oh, that thing is like.
Yeah, Shirley.
Woo!
Yeah, and like, like, does she really know she was required to? You know? He is. What is it? What's
What are
it
you saying,
called?
Talbert?
I don't remember.
The little monkey guy.
Yeah.
What's
Sexy.
he called? What's he called?
Sexy.
Sexy?
Yeah.
Ew.
No.
Ma'am, I have a few questions I'd
I
like to ask
can't
you.
remember. CSWAT probably knows.
The first question
Was
is,
that
when did
deputy's
you
doing
get
like the Dr.
the
Evil
birthday
look?
return text from Emily, and was it usual to get emojis as a form of text response from Emily?
The
Yeah, she
response
sent
was
me
around
the
6:20
eggplant emoji a lot.
p.m. on her birthday, May 24th. It wasn't unusual, but she usually gave more information. And I texted her back and I never got a return text.
Okay, thank you. The next questions, when
I could talk in
you and
all
Emily
emojis.
went to the pool and foraging, as you testified, what
Right.
type of shoes did you wear on that walk, if you recall?
I had on flip flops, not flip flops, but fit flops.
Fit flops.
They're like comfortable elevated shoes made out of leather.
Okay, thank you. And on that same walk, do you know what
So
type of
you're not
shoes Emily
vegan?
was wearing?
She had tennis shoes on.
Tennis shoes? And kind of switch gears here a little bit. When you got together on May 22nd with Emily, did Matt drink alcohol during that get-together?
I don't remember if he was drinking alcohol or not. He just simply went into the room and said hi.
And the final question is, did you ever walk into the woods or only walk the perimeter?
We only walked the perimeter.
How'd you go foraging if
Thank
you
you. Did
walked
I
the
raise any
perimeter?
questions for the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Those tennis shoes that the judge just asked you about, those were Asics?
I don't remember the brand.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, you may sit down. Thank you very much.
We made through a whole trial day.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
All right, I think in light of the length of additional witnesses, this may be a good time for us to conclude for the evening. So we will take our evening recess. Let's do the same drill that we did this morning, go to the third floor. We'll probably be there around 8:30. As soon as everybody's together,
Oh yeah.
we'll get
Officers
started.
prepared.
Obviously, as
Doing
always,
some
remember the court's
stretches.
admonition. And again, enjoy yourselves this evening. Most importantly, don't think about this case. Obviously, you're not going to be talking about it, but don't even be thinking about it. Relax, have a good dinner, enjoy yourself this
Don't even
evening.
be thinking
Get a good
about
night's rest, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Oh, I think we're all in trouble with Iris and Food Fairy and Sea Swept in the same chats.
Oh my God, I know.
Oh, all right.
It's on.
I am going to end this.
Monchichi. That's what it's called. Monchichi. Is that what it's called? Sea Swept.
What is?
The monkey.
Oh, the monkey.
Monchichi. Okay.
Yeah. You're innocent. Whatever, Sea Swept. Facts not in evidence.
Not even close.
All right. I think, are we going to stream this tomorrow evening again, Sal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me double check. Don't laugh at me.
I am. He's got to check his calendar, guys.
Well, my DMs, I split
get
into
out.
Mo's. 3 p.m. Eastern. Mo is going to do the Maya trial, 11 or 12 Eastern. The little
You just
girl.
said two different times.
You did.
No, we are going. You and I.
Okay.
Farrell,
So
a
3
Farrell
o'clock.
housewife, is going to do it at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
Mo
Sounds
is going
good.
to be streaming 12, maybe 11 a.m. Eastern. The Maya trial.
Sounds good.
I am going to be going to bed at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
10 p.m. Eastern. Man,
I know.
you gotta go.
You guys wore me out.
Shh. As,
All right.
as
Yes, Irish. 3 p.m. Eastern. Noon my time. And if the Diamondbacks delay the game again tomorrow, I'm going to rage.
I want to see that.
You're going to rage anyway. You want to
Well,
grift Sal?
Dali Talk. Yeah. Go see swept. Yeah, subscribe to my channel, Dali Talk. 205 subs away from being monetized. So do that. Jamie's lovely eyelashes.
Yep, Jamie has an eyelash channel.
Yes. And we will need to figure out the work week.
Yeah, we'll figure something
because, yeah, I have Purse House with EU, and normally so we'll figure it out. Oh, thank you, Pixie. You are so sweet. So
she's right.
5.5 hours, and then like an hour with the Christine stream, and 2 hours, 2.5 with Baker. Good Lord. No wonder I'm tired.
You are rolling today.
I know. And I actually vacuumed and took out trash and did a bunch of stuff. Scared the shit out of Junior vacuuming, so I felt really guilty. Poor thing. Like, I closed my door so I could vacuum behind it. And then I went to like vacuum under the bed where he was hiding. So he like sprinted out under the bed, went to the door, saw it was closed, and then like ran back.
Muted myself again.
I saw you were muted. I was wondering when you'd see it. But then I had to like go and apologize to Junior and give him lovies.
After you crashed on that mirror all night long.
No, that was Babu, not Junior.
Oh,
Junior's a good egg. Yes, you are, Juju. Yes, you are my Juju. Juju B.
We have, Iris. You're right.
They're making out right now.
Oh, Lord. Your cats or something.
Yeah, you're telling me. Oh, I want a smart cat. Oh, I like smart animals. You know, what could go wrong?
All right. Are we ready? Thanks for hanging out with me all day, guys. That was awesome. It was fun.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I am having fun.
I am too.
Shelly asked you, are you having fun, girl?
Wait, did you see my pants?
You did stand up.
Oh.
No, we're kidding.
Oh. No, I do put on pants. I normally am just in my underwear in my condo because I live alone. But, you know, there's always a chance like the camera will fall and, you know.
So I would if I were you. Just in case.
What?
Right?
Yes, I just put on pants to be careful.
Over, yeah.
All right. I'm gonna
Yeah, I don't
with
want
that,
to
I'm gonna throw up the outro.